rolling as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, so let's see. We should. Okay, so the recording and the transcription have started. So to let you know, we do record HAB meetings, and we actually also get a transcript, and I'm going to turn off. I don't want to watch the transcript. So this meeting is being recorded, and I need to let you know that. And so if you're participating, you are being recorded. Thank you for that reminder, Gary. So Jeff Burright, first up is the draft advice. Would you mind standing in for the HAB chair as we do this and sort of helping me facilitate this?
I'll do my best.
I didn't warn you I was going to ask.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. We only have an hour, I believe, to try to make this something that can pass by consensus. And I reflect on yesterday. What strikes me the most is how many people saw different things in the advice or connected to the advice in different ways that maybe aren't on the page. I think of Jacob using this as a way to talk about the tank mission and the holistic negotiations. I think of the things that Susan and Shelley were bringing in. And so to me, that just indicates that something in here is speaking to people and there's some potency there. I think the challenge today is going to be sorting through any big ticket items that people have that make this something that you couldn't stand behind. I wish we had more time to talk it through, but we'll make use of what we've got. Thoughts on structure of the conversation, where we start? We could go from the top. We could start just on the advice points. Talk broad.
Let me bring up the advice from this.
We do have a couple folks in queue as well.
Tom Galiotto, I believe you're in queue, right?
Well, yes, I am, but I think I'd rather defer my discussion. It was associated with the later topic as part of an introductory comment, so I'll just defer till then.
Oh, okay. Were there other people in queue that I managed to miss?
This is Steve. Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. Chris.
I finally got into the meeting.
Thank you. Oh, I'm glad. It's been one of those technology mornings.
Yeah, I don't know how I got in, but here I am.
Steve, I'm glad you made it. This is Scott. It wasn't me. So good job.
I just kept trying.
Sometimes that's what it takes. So I appreciate your diligence. I was sitting here trying to desperately figure out how to get hold of your computer, but it's just not that simple when you don't have an agent. So
thank you.
Glad that worked out.
Whatever you did, it worked.
All right. So I have 3 people in queue. I have Chris, Pam, and Steve Anderson. So Chris, why don't we take the queue and then walk through the documents? Chris.
Yes, I like Rob Davis's edits, even though they're fairly major. I like them, and I would suggest that we start with his version and go from there. I thought it was pretty good.
Let's go through the queue and get a couple perspectives and then make that decision. If you don't mind. Pam, you're in queue. Pam.
Okay, I like Rob's version too, and I have some minor suggested edits to Rob's. Thank you.
Okay. So I have Steve and Steve. Steve Anderson, you're up.
Yeah, it's just in line with the two, Chris, and I do think that Rob's a good place to start. So absolutely, let's start there, and I think that'll help expedite things.
Right. Mr. Wigman.
I agree with that. I think Rob did a good job.
Okay, well, that would be change. Okay, so what is on your screen is actually Rob's markup, and I apologize. It came in last evening, so I know you didn't have a ton of time to look at it. My suggestion is that we walk through it just top to bottom and see where we are. Are we okay with that? It doesn't look like he actually changed the original background from what was sent out in the packet. So those 4 or 5 paragraphs remain the same. The advice is where the first suggested revisions were. Advice point 1 stays the same. Advice point 2 is the first major change. Rob suggests it now read: the board advises the TPA agencies to use a regional public involvement for planning future site activities. For example, the recently adopted Central Plateau Principles and Parameters and the DOE-EM 10-year vision documents approved prior to enlisting meaningful public input.
My concern with this edit is that it loses the creation of this class of documents talking about prioritization and framework, vision prioritization framework documents, that there was a specific thrust to this piece of advice saying when you have a document of this type, that's when we want to see additional public involvement. For this, I'm not sure how, kind of like what Dan McDonald was saying yesterday, I'm not sure how an agency is going to necessarily comply with planning future site activities, because they might counter with, well, we already do that. And what we're trying to say is, but you're missing an important piece of that.
Liz, was your comment on this as well?
Yeah, so I tried to take some of Rob's edit and work in the point that we were trying to make when we were developing this. And I don't know if it gets us there, but it's in the chat if it's helpful to put on screen.
Okay, that's...
So still bringing in this issue of, and I think that this is too broad now, like Jeff was saying, documents that involve planning future site activities, that's everything. So we're trying to really specifically hone in on the vision, prioritization, and framework documents that are laying the groundwork for cleanup decisions.
I do like Liz's wording.
Okay.
Is there a better way for me to share?
No, we've had some technology challenges this morning, so give me a minute.
Oh yeah, no problem. But if there's a better way to share it, just let me know.
Oh, that's terrible.
Oh, I've been having issues with cup. I think if you plain text, if you paste it as plain text, it will fix that.
Marissa, why don't you go while I'm unscrambling my technology issue?
Okay, I had a question about the regional. Where does it say that? Sorry, just lost it. Okay, let me bring up my version. Or
Ruth, it should work if you just do the plain text where it just has an A.
Okay, let me just handle it, okay?
Okay. What do you mean by regional public involvement? Do you mean regionally holding meetings in the region, or is that people in the region would be acceptable for, being involved? Could you define regional?
Well, the way I would see regional is the board is regional. Okay, so it's not to apply another layer, just simply get input from us, because we know there are more than 10 items that are of importance. Okay, so we need to have input.
Rob, the trouble with that is that the board is not the public. And so just coming to the board is not the same as having regional public involvement. I think the way that I've heard it talked about is essentially, in the old days when everything was through in-person meetings, that you're having in-person meetings in more locations than the Tri-Cities. And in a virtual context, just, maybe that's a little different. But
I think we're adding layers to it that we don't need. So, but anyway, the point is I'm not really particular to the exact words. Okay, I was asked if I could come up with what I thought was a more direct way of saying it, and one that was more realistic, and one that we feel that at least I feel, doesn't, poke the bear in the eye. And so anyway, that's where I'm at. I'll get out of the conversation.
There we go.
Okay, so
what is it doing? Jerry, are you on? I know regional public involvement, that specific piece of trying to get back to in-person meetings is part of that. Obviously, that's going to be dependent on restrictions and all of that. But just throwing that in. I don't know if Jerry's on.
Well, actually, Jerry's next in queue. Marissa, did you get an answer to your question, or do we need to do a little more work on that?
Oh, it could be that it's still, well, I guess it's 9:30. I was going to say still kind of early, but yeah, I'm still confused by regional. The regional public involvement process.
I'd recommend Jerry jump in at this point.
Okay. Jerry, can you help us, please?
Yes, I'd be glad to try. One thing is I just need to check on something. Ruth, there was reference to things that Liz had typed in chat, and I think we're all turned off on seeing what someone puts in chat. So
are you having trouble seeing what's in chat?
It says it's turned off, so I'm seeing.
Oh dear, Jerry, I'm sorry. Unmute yourself.
I was unmuted.
I know. I was trying to lower your
okay.
hand and I bloopered.
I just want to point out, it says that the most board members don't have access to chat right now, it says, okay. So we can see what you do, Ruth, but not if we type something to you, only you see it right now. But that's logistics and that can be worked on. The big picture is here, that a couple of principles I'd like to point out. And thank you, Rob, for the work overnight.
Hello. Hello.
Someone who's on the phone is sharing their private conversation with us all. Just
Hi, what are you calling about, please?
Okay, I'm going to mute everybody. So I'm sorry, Jerry, that means you have to unmute yourself, but I just muted everybody so I don't have to figure out whose phone that is. I apologize for doing that to you twice.
That's okay. All right. So I think a couple of principles that to please bear in mind as we look at this advice overall. And number one is the board, and it says this in our charter originally, our ground rules, the board is the tip of the public involvement iceberg. We exist to delve into more in-depth material than the general public would be able to, like a specific cleanup plan and risk information or something. But we also exist to advise the agencies on how to carry out each level of public involvement below us in that pyramid. And so, and I will be suggesting that in the advice portion of this, to make it very clear, if we're using what has been suggested from Liz or Rob here, that we say in a piece of advice that where there is regional public involvement on framework documents, the agencies, we advise that the agencies consult with the board on the appropriate design and scope of regional public involvement. Okay.
You want me to capture that? Can you say that
Sure.
again?
Design and scope. Which is really, I think, often, the practice that I think everyone understands. A second principle I would like to really reinforce for people is this. We say public involvement, but it is, as we all know, there are 3 sovereign nations that are affected by Hanford decisions. And they are not the public. And that is a reason why we have very carefully in our work in the original spoken of regional, public, and tribal as the opening involvement, because it is, and some of you are going to really chafe at this because you're not used to it maybe, but it is not only disrespectful, but it is considered somewhat racist, if not outright racist, to say that a tribe is the public. They're not. They are a sovereign nation with treaty rights. And to say, well, the tribe can show up at a regional public meeting and stand up is very disrespectful. And so we try always to say the regional involvement should include public and tribal involvement on major decisions. So that's general principles is what we're working from. And so at the outset, it's just important at some point to say regional public and tribal involvement process that gathers that broad input. And so that's where I was, in terms of big principles where I wanted to try to ground us a little bit. And and then say in return, I think in the advice bullet, say very specifically, which I think we, in our drafting for the last few months, we've kind of taken for granted that the process is understood, that when there is to be regional public involvement and tribal involvement, that the board and through the public involvement committee or the full board is engaged with the agencies on what that should look like. So in answer to Marissa's question, what does it look like? Sometimes the board says it really should be public meetings around the region. In the future, it might be a hybrid, or we might say, there's one community that we know is really, really interested in this, and you should have 2 meetings, one in that community and one in the Tri-Cities. So it depends across the board, and it might involve saying you should make a special consultation effort with tribes on this, apart from the public. So that's the general principles, and come back, I think we'll be more specific in the advice if it sounds like we have to do that later. Okay.
Right. Marissa, does that help more with your question? You'll have to unmute yourself. I had to mute everybody to get rid of the background noise. Who's Marissa? Okay. So where we are, we're on advice point number 2. The first part with the blue edits are from Rob. The second bit, the red edits are Liz, and this last sentence here is the additional principle from Jerry. We've got a lot of people. Darn. Okay. Scott, can you help Marissa with okay. I've got lots of people in queue here. So Emmett, Steve Wigman, Larry, and Pam. So let's go to Emmett. Emmett, are you there? Emmett?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
All right. Thank you. I think, Jerry, by the way, that was a very good explanation of regional.
I'm trying to listen.
One of the questions that I have is that if we go with this, what's currently up there, as far as Rob's comments, it totally changes the intent of the original of advice. And I would say that the original advice may not encompass everything at once as far as the words, but the intent is right on. And it just looks like we're giving more value to the changes versus looking at our process originally is to go through the original document and then ask for comments or changes. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Emmett. Steve Wigman.
Hopefully I'm off mute.
You are off mute. We can hear you.
Yeah, I wanted to thank Jerry for that conversation about tribal nations and inclusion, and also the regional variability of some of this stuff, and the fact that consultation on how it should happen is a very, very good idea. And I think that's the right kind of involvement for the advisory board. So I would just endorse those phrases.
Jerry, the piece I tried to capture from you, where there's regional public involvement, the board advises that the agencies consult the board on design and scope. Are you suggesting that be amended to Liz's piece or Rob's piece or a separate bullet?
It should be down below under advice. I guess, I mean, I'm trying to sort through where we are here.
We're on advice.
We're in advice, and I think it has to be a separate bullet, is what I'm saying, as a standalone simple sentence. Consult the board on its design and scope. That's just fine language. I'm not sure if that was exactly the same words I had. I think I had an appropriate, but that's fine. And I just, can I offer at the end of Liz's, just to be sensitive to what I said before, because I don't know what we'll end up with in advance of it, or at the top of point 2, if we use Rob or Liz's, it should be regional, public, and tribal, and capitalize tribes when you're talking about the specific tribes. Okay.
Okay, because I added tribal here in her first sentence.
Oh, and I'm looking up above it. I'm sorry. You did right. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to mute myself here.
Okay, thanks. All right, where are we? We are Larry and Pam. Larry.
Thank you. I wanted to thank Representative Paulette, Jerry Paulette, for the catching that tribal issue. It is extremely critical across the state, but particularly in this region, since we do have a lot of interaction with the Yakimas as well as the Umatilla tribes. And thank you for catching that, Jerry.
Pam.
Okay, where it says, for example, I think you should make that another sentence. So for cleanup decisions, period.
Oh, got it.
And then a return. I'm not seeing anything. Lay the groundwork for cleanup decisions, period. Okay, and then, for example, colon.
All right, got it. Right.
And I just want to say, I'm fine with the tribal wording, but I think DOE doesn't forget to engage the tribe the way they forget to engage the HAB.
I have Tom and Susan. Tom, Cecilia.
Hi. Just wondering if we can try to move through this. We've been working a long time on advice point 2. Does anybody agree, or would anybody not be able to live with using Liz's language instead of the edits that Rob proposed?
Question to the group. Are you okay going with Liz's edits, making sure that we add the verb in the for example sentence? Thank you, Jan.
I guess I like what's in red. That's Liz's modified. So I think that's good.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
So am I.
I'm good with that too.
Me too.
So the one piece, so if we take that, then it becomes, I'm going to separate it so it's a little easier to see. The board advises the TPA agencies to use a regional public and tribal involvement process that gathers broad input for vision, prioritization, and framework documents that inform and lay the groundwork for cleanup decisions. For example, the recently adopted Central Plateau Principles and Parameters and DOE-EM 10-year vision documents both have wide-ranging implications for the final footprint of the Hanford site. Both of these documents were approved prior to enlisting meaningful public. Should I put and tribal there? Public comment?
Yes.
Okay. And then Jan, to you, I think if we take out which, we end up fixing the verb problem.
You know, I thought that also, but now it sounds like a sentence to me. Both have wide-ranging implications for the final footprint. Both have. Yeah, both have. That's good. Wide-ranging. Yeah, it's okay.
Cool. Shall we keep going then? Susan, I have you in queue. I want to make sure we catch you before we move on. Susan?
My concern has been addressed with this latest conversation, so never mind.
Okay. So I'm going to propose we keep going. There's a new bullet 3 from Jerry where there is regional public involvement. The board advises the TPA agencies consult the board on its design and scope.
So just take out, yeah, there you go. You don't need to say separate standalone bullet.
Right. Well, I was doing it just so people would know as we were making the sausage. Better? There.
Do we need an and tribal there, where there's regional public and tribal involvement?
Right. And I have
On advice bullet 3, this is Chris. On the second.
Okay, Chris, I can put you in queue, but I've got someone else in queue at the moment. Can you hang on? Jan and then Chris.
Thank you. It seems to me that there's kind of a standing question having to do with the meaning of the phrase regional public involvement. And I wonder if there's a way in which earlier on, if there's some distinction to be made between obviously the HAB board itself and going out to regional cities, which we haven't actually done recently, but if there's some distinction to be made there in defining regional public involvement, let's try to define that somewhere, even in the background.
Thoughts on that?
Feel like we could write a whole piece of advice talking about what we mean by regional. I worry that if we try to make this contain all things, we'll be here all day. But
okay, whatever you say, Jeff, that's fine.
Okay, Chris.
Sorry, I'm open to it. I'm just feeling pressure. Yes.
Okay, Chris Sutton and then Pam.
On bullet number 3, on the second line, where it says it's, what does it refer to? the design and scope of the involvement, or the design and scope of what the involvement is to discuss? I'm not sure what it refers to.
Jerry, can you clarify?
Can you repeat that question?
So he was looking at bullet point 3, where
Yeah.
Asking the agencies to come to the board and talk about design and scope. He's asking about the reference, its design and scope.
Yeah.
Is it the public involvement, or is it, can you clarify that piece?
It refers to
It refer to
involvement. So we could say the board advises that the TPA agencies consult the board on appropriate design and scope of regional, public, and tribal involvement. Would that be? Regional, public, so you don't have to have the first introduction clause. We're just switching it around, Ruth.
Got it.
Right. Regional, public, and tribal, and no.
That help, Chris?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay, so I want, I've got Pam and Q. I've also got 2 agencies wanting to weigh in. Pam, I'd like to check in with Ecology and EPA first, if that's
Sure.
okay. Ginger, and then Dave. Ginger?
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble reading it, so maybe it is in there. But I think if you just flop the language around, so it says meetings around the region or engagement around the region, to me that implies a larger geographic area. Because if you say regional, we could just say, oh, well, we're in the Mid-Columbia region, so come on over. So I think using around or across to imply that that you're expecting movement and different locations, or even just say different locations around the region.
Dave, Enan.
Yeah, I'm kind of along those same lines, and kind of what Jan said. I'm not sure what to do with the words regional involvement. I don't know what, I don't know how to implement that right now. So I'm not sure what that means. It's obviously it's easy for me to go, look at number 3 and say, just consult the PIC. But beyond that, I need more background on what is meant by regional in this context in order to implement it.
Thank you. Okay, Pam and then Liz.
Okay, so my original concern when I put up my question has been addressed. So I support the old number 3 if we're ready to proceed as it is edited about public involvement in future updates.
Okay, thank you. Liz.
I think it might be the simplest fix in number 2 to just take out the word regional, because we're saying we're defining the process. Use a public and tribal involvement process that gathers broad input. And then if we're saying come to the PIC to define how are you gathering that broad input, we will say use a regional public, have regional public meetings. We'll define what that region is, what those locations are. If that word keeps tripping us up and we have so little time to get through the rest of this, I think that might be the simplest thing to do, because gathering broad input, if that's still confusing, Dave and other agencies looking at this, does it clean it up to just take that word out? Does broad public input make more sense?
That actually helps me to take the word regional out, because that makes, most of my statutes don't talk about regional, but they just talk about public involvement. And so coming to the board and saying, help me design a meaningful public involvement for this thing, that's easy to do. I mean, that makes sense. So that would work. That would be a fix for me.
We can also define it later in 3 that we want regional public meeting, or we want meetings around the region as part of this process. So to define that later, if it's important to have that concept in there.
Jerry, help us with the concept. I saw your hand.
Well, I was going to be moving on to 3, but I frankly don't think that I think we're just parsing things at this point. I think it's going to be very clear that we're talking about these vision prioritization framework documents for which there should be broad public involvement and should be designed. I have a little heartburn not using the word regional or region-wide, because we're advising specific to vision prioritization and framework documents. Ecology doesn't need our advice about a public involvement for a RCRA permit mod 1 or 2. They need it, but the 3 agencies need advice about documents that don't even have a legal requirement like a strategic plan for public involvement. But we're saying these are frameworks. Come to us. Let me just stop right there and see if we're.
Stan Branch? *6 will get you off of mute if you're on the phone.
Did you call me, Ruth?
There you are. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, when I unmute, it goes silent for a few minutes. So my question is, does the process exist for involvement, or are you trying to provide advice to enhance the process to increase the involvement? So that's my question.
Somebody from the IM team want to respond?
I can try.
Okay.
So the question I understood was, are we making advice specifically related to increasing involvement in some way, and that it's specific to the idea of regional? If we take the examples of the kernel of the advice here, where it came from the 10-year strategic vision and the Central Plateau principles, I think that, yes, we would be advising increased public involvement because the 10-year vision had an email with an 8-day turnaround to select members, and the Central Plateau had something 5 years ago, but nothing in the current day. So simple answer is yes, we are asking for increased.
Because the way it kind of reads, it reads that the process doesn't exist, if I could read between the lines.
Okay, so we have a rewrite of bullet 2. We have an addition of bullet 3. We retained the word regional in bullet 2. It was taken out of bullet 3. And we have at least one comment that says they liked the new bullet 4. Are we ready to move on? Jerry, your hand is up, right?
This is what I was originally going to comment on, what is now number 4.
Oh, okay.
I want to return to what I said yesterday very strong. The Central Plateau Principles and Parameters document will be the determinative document for, and it'll probably be in place for 10 or more years for all cleanup decisions on the Central Plateau. When we object to waste being left in place, we will receive, as we have in the past, a comment returning saying a Tier 1 TPA document has already decided that for all waste sites, this is how much waste gets left in place, as just an example. And it includes really serious human health and ecological risk issues that have not been aired with the board, that 5 years ago, the draft had serious heartburn for this board, and we gave serious advice. And we don't know if it was followed, if there were reasons why it was discounted. It is important that the agencies come back to the board for the Central Plateau Principles and Parameters and not just say future updates. There isn't likely to be a future update for years, if not more than a decade, and maybe never. It is a binding document right now in terms of what the decisions will be based on for the Central Plateau. And we've all been frozen out of it after having been promised transparency and participation. We spent a lot of time on it, and it disappeared into a black hole. And the agencies popped it out of the black hole without even telling us. We didn't know. They didn't tell us, hey, we've signed that document that you gave us all this input on 5 years ago. Nope, they just signed it. It was seen in the TPA documents. That's it. I think it's very important for us to say, you got that wrong. Come back to us and at least explain what you're doing and have a forum about it before you continue forward. So I urge us to return to the regional public involvement process, including seeking board advice and tribal consultation on the Central Plateau Principles. I'd be fine if you don't say reopen, but I think that it is, the board advises that the Central Plateau Principles Parameters document be aired or that turn around saying the board advises that the agencies seek board advice and tribal consultation in regard to the changes they've proposed and the guidance in the Central Plateau's Principles and Parameters document. They should be coming back to us all on it.
I've got 3 people in queue. Jeff, Susan Leckband, and Steve Wigman. For those of you who are sending me edits via email, I'm going to have a really hard time juggling that and the 4 screens I have up right now. And I'm sorry, I'm just not that nimble. Jeff?
Thank you. I'm in a position. I agree with Jerry that the public should be afforded an opportunity to talk about what came out and was put in the tri-party agreement. Just looking at the Central Plateau Principles document, there's some facts about it, I guess. It says that its purpose is to provide a set of common principles, parameters, methods, and assumptions used to assess risk, evaluate alternatives, and facilitate selection and cleanup remedies. The document will be included in CERCLA RIFS work plans and RCRA corrective measure study work plans by reference, and the document says it is fully enforceable. So it carries some weight, but what I'm unclear on, there is no public comment opportunity on work plans. And so is there ever an opportunity downstream to allow the public to comment on this? I'm concerned that there isn't. It not only applies to soil areas in the inner area, but also soil underneath tank farms. So it affects waste management area closure for the tanks. Substantive components of the principles relate to land use, baseline risk assessment, cleanup levels, points of compliance, and regulatory strategies. So again, but specifically recommending an edit if the board is going to provide consensus that they want to have a public opportunity on this, rather than say reopen, as Jerry said, advises that the Central Plateau Principles and Parameters document be afforded a formal public comment opportunity, period. And if that leads to a future revision because of hearing the public out, so be it. If it doesn't, so be it there too. Thanks.
Susan Leckband.
Thank you. I agree with the change in that. I don't think we can tell them to reopen it. That's a non-starter, and we're just going to get a talk to the hand. But I think really this provides a good step forward to another opportunity, because this is a foundational decision document. Even though they'll say it's not a decision document, it's really a decision document. And that being said, the tri-party agreement has been changed more than 400 times. It probably will be changed again. So there isn't any reason why the public couldn't look at this again as the new 10-year plan or the new 5-year plan or the new 15-minute plan, whatever new plan comes up, and see how it blends in with these basic principles. So I like the new wording, and let's go forward. Thanks.
Steve Wigman.
I think I like the new wording, but I'd also like to suggest that we take on an activity to specifically look at the document and provide some potential advice in the future as to the direction that we are comfortable with it going in. I'm okay with the language we've got now, but I do think that we have an obligation to continue to look at this and look a little deeper.
And Chris Sutton.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a few comments on this document, the Central Plateau Principles and Parameters, because I'm not sure that everybody on the HAB who's listening in has really looked at it carefully. To my mind, the title is a little bit misleading. What it really is it presents methodologies, detailed methodologies for how baseline risk assessment is to be carried out. And those methodologies are prescribed pretty much in CERCLA and in Washington Administrative Code. Further, when I managed the risk assessment group in 2007, 2008 for FLOR, there was nothing really different in this document that we didn't do routinely for baseline risk assessments at that time. Secondly, it describes how groundwater monitoring is going to be used to address risk. Now that is something quite a bit different than baseline risk assessment. Thirdly, it describes the cumulative impact evaluation and how that is going to figure into risk. That is a little bit different than baseline risk assessment too. And lastly, it describes how the composite analysis is going to be used to address risk. So I think what's new in that document is the inclusion of groundwater monitoring, the cumulative impact assessment, and the composite analysis. And those are things that we have talked over the last 9 months about being briefed upon or have been briefed upon previously. But again, it's not so much to me principles and parameters as it is methodologies, and down in the weeds methodologies at that. And that's just maybe for people who haven't had a chance to really look at that document.
I have Tom, Cecilia, and Jerry in queue. Tom?
Yeah, so talking to Steve's point, the RAP has requested briefings on this document. I think the main change that I've seen between the old version and the one that got promulgated is the inclusion of the Rascal team. So we specifically asked for a briefing on the Rascal team. And you know, we're definitely keeping our eyes on it. The board will be looking at this further. So, you know, that's going to happen.
Okay. So I've got Jerry in queue, and my next questions are going to be about point 4 and then moving on. I want you to have a fighting chance to come to consensus. Jerry?
I think if Dan, on behalf of ecology, wants to defend what's in there, that's part of the process after we have a forum and review of it. And I think it's unfortunate for you, Dan, to be, you know, weighing in at this point in time. That's not what agencies should be doing on HAB advice. It's one thing to say, I need to be able to understand this. I would say from A to Z, this is a fundamental document in terms of scope and risk assessment. You don't have a tribal risk assessment that you're basing cleanup decisions on, just as an example. Now, we can debate whether or not you should, and we should have that debate, but you're not protecting the children of tribal nations who have reserved rights to use resources on ceded lands in the Central Plateau 500 years from now. Now, you might dispute that, and we can have that discussion, but that is one of those most fundamental decisions that this cleanup document, this guidance principles document, determines what the methodology is for deciding who gets protected and to what degree. It's fundamental. And we could talk about whether or not groundwater is protected at the edge of a contaminated site to meet standards, or far away from the from the edge of the contaminated site. That's pretty damn fundamental and something that should be aired by this board and the public, and was aired, and there was a commitment to air it. And that's what's so disturbing, is that the agencies had a commitment to air this. They aired it, and then they obviously didn't want everyone to look at what they came out with, because they popped it out and put it into the document's administrative record without even sharing with the board, much less the general public, that they were doing it.
So let's check where we are. We are going to break at 10:15 for public comment, wherever we happen to be at that moment. We have a new bullet number 4 that has been reworked to say the board advises that the Central Plateau Principles and Parameters document be afforded a public comment opportunity and have public involvement for all future updates. And then the proposal originating from Rob was to strike number 4 and number 5. So, Ginger, I've got you in queue, and I've got Wigman in queue. Ginger?
Hi. Hey, I want to just say I don't know. Dan should not have been speaking for the agency from a public participation and engagement perspective. And actually, Jerry, my recollection is that this Central Plateau plan came out of nowhere and caught us completely off guard. We had not seen it again that I can recall. So when this suddenly reappeared last October and you guys were given 8 days to review it, it was like, I was like, wait, where did this even come from? I was completely thrown off. So, and then as far as just, I don't know. I don't know that you can ask them to reopen it, as Susan said, unfortunately. But stand for the record, we're not asking for more public involvement like a new thing. This is how things used to operate. We used to have regional meetings. The public used to be engaged in stuff. We need to return to that level of transparency and public engagement. So yes, it's new, but it's not really new. It's a return to what we used to do. In fact, Chris was just saying, we used to take things out to people.
Just as a correction, the Central Plateau guidelines were not even given 8 days of notice. That was the strategic plan. The Central Plateau TPA document was, I believe, simply signed and put into effect like in August, and it was discovered, I think, might have been the Oregon staff that saw it first in the CPA documents, but it was discovered and people on the board were informed about it sometime around October, November. It had been in place for several months already. There was no public involvement at all.
Right. Yeah, there are 2 documents and 2 fact patterns at play here. So I've got Steve Wigman, Tom Cecilia, and Susan Leckman. Steve?
Just in an attempt to keep us moving, I just wanted to endorse the revised language of the new number 4 and removing 4 and 5.
Thank you. Tom Cecilia?
Hi. I'm okay with 4 because the RAP is still requesting the briefing. As long as we get that briefing, I don't know if it needs to be in an advice. 5, I think, is important to include. You know, that's the 8-day thing. So we should have more than 8 days to review a 10-year strategic vision every year.
Okay, I agree with that. Yeah.
I'm not going to type and take up time doing that. Susan Leckman?
I agree, and I think we can move forward from there. I think we can live with what we have now, the new 5, and I'm trying to figure out the numbers and everything, but I think the conversation has gone where it needs to go. This advice is important. It needs to go forward, and I think we have accepted the background. We've got the advice bullets to a point where I think we can all live with it, and I think we should move forward. I'm ready to say yes.
Okay. I want to check in on number 6. It's a shorter version that now reads, the board advises the TPA agencies to further conduct workshops, a visioning process with the public on Hanford cleanup end states. This effort could discuss the final disposition of waste tanks, building reactors, and legacy contaminated soils.
Okay, this is me. I like it. Thanks.
I think this is an and, just in a grammar sense. The last bullet. Okay, Jan, I've got you in queue. Jan, and then Liz. And if we have to interrupt you for public comment, forgive me. Jan?
Okay, I just have a little grammatical change in the first paragraph of the background.
Okay.
And it says these documents, I think in the first sentence or the second sentence, and there's no antecedent. So, you know, you can say, can I look at it? Would it be okay to look at it?
Can you see it now?
No. Anyway, so just to say, you know, documents exist, but not these documents when you haven't referred to them yet.
I'm going to add it. Added a comment about identifying which documents we are talking about.
Yeah, and you know, maybe you don't have to identify the documents in the first paragraph, but you shouldn't say these when you haven't done it yet.
Okay, Chris likes number 6. Liz, I'm going to put you on hold for just a minute because it's 11:15 or 10:15. Excuse me, can't tell time. The agenda calls for public comment at 10:15. I don't have anybody who's indicated they want to give public comment, but we need to take a breath and invite anybody who would like to make public comment. The board would like to hear from you. So is there anybody on the phone or on the Teams meeting who would like to share their thoughts at public comment? Anyone? Lee, did you want to make public comment?
Hi, Ruth, thank you. Yes, one is I read the draft letter. I saw words like inner area, principles, and parameters, and some it's just a central plateau parameters and principles and parameters. I think they are the same thing, but it's just called a different name. It's actually the full name is Central Plateau Inner Area Cleanup Principles and Parameters. Just for consistency. And second is I heard in yesterday's meeting, just before the start of after lunch section, somebody said he has an answer for my question on the tank T109 status. I'm not sure is he still here for that. Thank you.
I don't know. I don't think we have that answer yet.
Hi, Ruth. This is Gary.
Oh, yeah.
And I know public comment is typically not a Q&A portion, but if it's okay with the chair, I can go on and answer that question.
Steve?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you, Steve. Lee, I heard back from Brian Harkins, who is our deputy assistant manager for Tank Farms, and there is no change in the status of tank T109 that you're asking about. No change to that. So hopefully that answers your question.
Okay. Yeah, but from the monthly summary, the tank waste summary reports that's posted to administrative records. For all the recent reports, T109 is listed as sound, but on Phoenix website, it is listed as assumed leaker. So I was wondering why there is a inconsistency. So I wasn't sure because I was new. I'm new to the tank farm stuff. So I was wondering, is there any change to the T19? That's why I asked. But thank you. If still, so it's still sound.
Yes, T109 is a sound tank, and I will take it back to staff to make sure that correction is made. I do appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Ruth.
Are there others who wish to make public comment at this time? All right. Liz, I want to thank you for your patience. Mr. Chairman, I suggest we keep working on the advice for a little bit more and take perhaps a shorter break before moving on to the next item to see. I'm not willing to give up on your consensus yet.
Yeah, let's get her done.
Liz.
I think we're close.
Liz.
Yeah, I had, before I get to this advice point, I thought I saw the definition per what Jim was wanting to change. Can you go back to that background paragraph?
Yeah, I just made a comment here. It's this sentence here.
Right. So it's defined in the sentence right before that.
Individual agency documents that provide fundamental framework.
It's the framework documents. I think if you just said these framework documents, I think that should solve the problem. Does that work?
Dan?
Sorry, I still can't see it, but.
So it's just saying these framework documents, because we're, so just relating it to the sentence.
Yeah, I'm just saying that these, refers to something that if you have defined it, that's fine. And if it's not defined, then maybe we just take out the word these and say the.
Okay. I think that should work.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you can't see the screen.
Yeah, I can't see it.
Technical issue day.
Yeah.
Sorry for everyone.
Certainly haunted us this day.
Yeah, we'll have a nice break where everyone gets to scream at the sky. Let's see. So for this last bullet, the only thing I was noticing is originally we were really just trying to say have a public process, not defining the conversation about the cleanup end states, but saying conduct a visioning process with the public. So I think if we wanted this to be shorter, although now I'm confused. Did we take? No, I just can't tell if that still crossed out at the end.
Right. So the first sentence is the board advises the TPA agencies to further conduct workshops and a visioning process with the public on Hanford cleanup end states. This effort could discuss the final disposition of waste tanks, building, reactors, and legacy contaminated soils. That's the proposed language.
Right. So I think we don't need the word further because we haven't had any process for cleanup end states. And I don't know that we want necessarily I don't know. I guess I just want to make sure that it's clear we're not trying to define what those workshops are about here, that that's part of the board process with the committee of the whole, which is why we had that in there. I think we have a good first step that we have a committee of the whole on the calendar, but we haven't actually scheduled it yet. So I'm okay with it. I don't know if anyone else needs it to change.
Probably more than one building. Okay, so you can live with the revised number 6.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I'm wondering is if we want to make it clear that we'd like the board to be involved in this. And I mean, I think it's obvious. Is it obvious?
It's obvious.
Okay.
All right. The good news is you have gotten all the way through all 6 advice points. the remaining piece, so there's 6 advice points. The first one wasn't changed. The second one was edited to talk about the public and tribal involvement process, gathering broad input for framework documents. The third one is about consulting the board on the design of those involvement processes. The fourth one is a request that there be a public involvement opportunity, a public comment opportunity for the Central Plateau Principles and Parameters document. The fifth one is a request that EM involve the public on a yearly basis regarding the 10-year strategic vision. And the sixth one is the visioning process for cleanup end states.
You know, it's interesting to me that this morning we started out to say we wanted to go with Rob's advice, and then everything else came back in. How did that happen?
Steve, you can answer that question because I don't know how.
Oh, I guess I feel like we did in fact largely use Rob's modification, and I'm a lot more satisfied now than before Rob had his say.
You were in the queue as well, Steve.
Oh, I was just going to say that I think this is a pretty good piece of advice now, and I think we should maybe clean it up a little and take another look at it later in the day just to make sure everybody's still within a comfort zone. But I'm really impressed at the conversation that led to this.
Right. Now you know why lunch isn't 60 minutes.
Yeah.
I have Tom Cecilia in queue, and then I want to comment on the background of the background. Tom Cecilia?
Yeah, so in number 6, should it be the public and tribes? And then on the background of the background, I think we need to make a binary decision. Either we're going to edit it and wordsmith it, or it gets cut. But that's just my opinion.
Okay, great segue. Okay, so as you recall, this advice originally came to you in 3 chunks. 5 or 6 paragraph background, the advice bullets, and then this piece, which originally was a couple of pages, which was the background of the background. Rob has taken some time to edit this and in short, shorten it up. The question is sort of the go, no-go question that Tom just suggested is, do you feel in general that you need that extra background piece or not? Because Tom's right. If you don't want it, there's no sense in wordsmithing it. Chris?
I would be happy if we just deleted it. I'm not sure it really adds a lot to what we've said in the initial background and in the advice. And it creates a much longer document, and in my mind, it might tend to dilute the advice by going on from there.
Okay. One perspective would be to not include it.
Yeah, don't include it.
Okay. Other perspectives?
I tried to get in queue.
Oh, did you? Okay, well, talk.
I agree with Chris. Period.
Susan Leckban.
I agree. Too many words, too confusing, too many opportunities for misinterpretation, and it does dilute our advice. Not that it isn't interesting and I'd like to read it. I like to read it, but for what we want, I'd say delete it.
Right. There was a suggestion yesterday that if the background, well, there are two things. One is if the original draft is on the website that includes the background piece. If the background is important to some of you, we could also lift the background and put it in the meeting minutes if that would be a source of the HAB version of the congressional record, if you will. Jerry, you've got your hand up.
Thank you. I was just going to suggest what you suggested, Ruth. I actually believe that it's very important, this background, but for practical purposes of moving ahead, it is not vital, and there isn't enough time left in our lives to edit it. But I don't have confidence that if we don't put it in somewhere, that the rationale for this advice in terms of the 10-year strategic plan, for example, will ever get up to the people at headquarters who actually are out there saying that the 10-year strategic plan they've adopted includes great input from sites like the Hanford Advisory Board. So I think that having it in the record for us to be able to point to will be important, but that we shouldn't be wordsmithing it. We should move ahead.
So Joshua, we'll lift the original background document to put into the meeting, the draft meeting minutes, to make sure it's documented. Steve Wigman.
I'd just like to comment that have an opportunity with the National Board, EMMSAB, to provide input on how the department at the headquarters level should be acting during the 10-year period of strategic vision and involving the public. And I think this background section would be very useful in the conversation.
Right. Jeff.
Thank you. If that's where the board wants to go, that's a-okay. There is a single sentence in the top background of the advice where we say, where is it? For example, the recent public involvement aspects of two such documents, the DOE 10-year strategic vision and the Central Plateau principles and parameters, were inadequate. That's really the only reference that we make in this advice to where this is coming from. What I'd like to propose is that we put a little footnote that says, for more context, please see the minutes from the June board meeting. So at least if someone from, let's say, headquarters or someone 5 years from now reads this advice, they at least have a bread trail to follow.
Is that okay with you? We will put that in the cleaned up version, which you will have after lunch, because I can't do it in 10 minutes over a break. With that, my suggestion to you, we have over an hour scheduled for HAB committee reports. If the committee chairs are really concise, hint, hint, that will buy us some time for this advice. Because if we do a round robin about the committee of the whole, that will take more than an hour. Going around the room with this group just does. So think concise for committee reports. You will have a cleaned up document after lunch. And I suggest we take a slightly shorter break till 10:45. And guess what? We'll be back on time for at least a little bit.
I want to thank everybody for this effort. This is this had an important beginning, and it's going to have some important spin-offs as we go forward. And thanks for those of you who originated it, and thanks for Rob to give us a little nudge in a slightly different direction, but we got to the right place.
Right, take a lap around the living room. At 10:45, we're going to talk the letter on tank integrity.
So Ruth, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Good.
I think we should jump back in. Are you ready? Steve, are you back with us too? There you are. See ya.
Rock and roll, I'm with you.
All right. So, Bob Suyama, give us the background on what this is and why it is.
Okay, and it's not a straightforward path, but I'll take you through that. Well, over the years, the tank integrity program has been operating, and Kartik, and I always blow this, Subramanian and Dusty Stewart have routinely come to the Tank Waste Committee and briefed us on all the new technologies and the new results that they're instituting in the tank integrity program. And, they've done some really neat stuff with these automated crawlers that crawl between the two shells of the double shell tanks and take readings and pictures. They've come up with new ultrasonic ways of measuring the thickness of the walls of the tanks. And they've also improved how they look at the data and what new data they need. And then they go off and figure out ways to get it. So we thought that they've been doing an excellent job in keeping the board really well up to date on all the things. Bob's audio sounds scratchy. That might be me. And so we thought that instead of always poking DOE in the eye, we ought to give them a little bit of attaboy when we feel they are doing things well. Let me turn my microphone, maybe that helps. So we originally generated a attaboy letter recognizing the technology advances they've done. What happened is after we did the attaboy letter and the board, the committee looked at it, we had a whole list of other things that we thought they should be looking at. And so it grew into advice, but the advice required a lot more data. So we asked for a lot more briefings and a lot more information on certain areas, mainly the chemical composition of the tanks, the mixing and sampling that they do, how well can you mix? And so it grew into quite a big effort that's going to take some time to actually generate advice, and it'll probably be several pieces of advice as we work our way through it. So what we did at the last meeting is we decided that, yeah, we ought to thank them for what they've done to this point, and then continue working on all our other tank integrity issues. So this is the I don't want to call it original, but it is the final outcome of as we work through this attaboy letter. So it's not nice and short, and it says, thank you very much. And so probably work our way through the letter, make sure everybody agrees with it, and see how that helps. So
Right.
Ruth.
I have Jan in queue.
Mhm.
Jan?
I just want to point out that you have Mr. Dusty Stewart's name spelled two different ways.
Oh.
Where it says two, and then in the salutation line, there's Steward and Stewart.
Oh, okay.
It is Stewart with a T, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Also, one thing we need to look at is Kartik. Is he still with Washington River Protection Solutions? Has he moved over? Is he moving on? I'm not sure, but he did an excellent job up to this point.
The company name is now Amentum instead of AECOM. But I think they might have kept Washington River Protection Solutions. I'm not sure.
Okay, whatever. We can work that out.
All right. I've got multiple people in queue. I've got Steve Wigman, Tom Cecilia, and Todd. Steve?
Just a point on who we are sending the letter to. It seems like we should be sending it to DOE.
Yes. And I think it's those two people, because they're the leadership of the tank integrity program. But we definitely need to do what's right as far as carbon copies or addressees. I'm not sure exactly how that works with a attaboy letter.
No, I was just referring to who we are addressing the letter
Yeah.
to. Should it be Brian Vance?
Like I said, I'm not, whatever we do on an attaboy letter, we'll have to go back and make that consistent.
Okay.
Cecilia.
So just some clarity, this is a letter from the chair, not consensus advice. So does that mean we don't need consensus? We just need a simple majority? Or how does that work?
It is a letter. It is a letter from the chair. And so by the process manual, we don't need consensus advice on it. It would be nice to have it, but otherwise we can just send it.
Todd.
Thanks, Ruth. First, I want to definitely recuse myself from this piece of advice, so that's on the recording. As chair of the Tank Integrity Expert Panel, there's no clearer conflict of interest in this one. It's not really a perception. I can clear up a little bit on the organization. So WRPS does indeed still exist, and Karthik is indeed still the chief engineer. At ORP, Dusty has moved on. Dusty's actually jumped out of the tank integrity frying pan and into the Tisker fire. So I guess there wasn't enough pressure in this program, so he moved over there. And his replacement is Eric Nelson, and that's Eric with a K. So I don't know if it's important to mention him or not because he is relatively new, but either way, that's just a point of fact. And then the only comment I would have is the technical name of the program is the Tank and Pipeline Integrity Program. So,
okay.
Making that change. That's it. Thanks.
Hey, thank you. And I think we ought to keep Dusty on there because he's the one that was the major driving force behind all the briefings. But I think we ought to add Eric as a carbon copy.
I totally agree, Bob. Dusty was, he ran this program for many years and was great. So recognizing him is the appropriate thing. I just wanted everybody to know he moved on. So.
Okay, thank you.
Todd, do you have a process recommendation as to who the appropriate person is to address a letter like this to?
I think Steve was right. I would send it to Brian because that's our normal channel, right? I think CC and Karthik and Dusty and Eric certainly makes sense. But
Okay.
the addressee would likely be Brian. But
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks, Todd.
That might make it flow a little better, since addressing it to Dusty and Karthik after you've said dear Dusty and Karthik is a little unusual.
Ruth, can I add one more thing real quick? Just because I just remembered this, I was about to move on, but many of the board members have actually participated in past integrity panel meetings. ORP has done a really good job of trying to be as transparent as they can with this extremely technical work, as Bob has pointed out. And we do have our annual meeting scheduled for August 4th and 5th. So that will be, you guys will get an invitation routed through Ruth and Steve for anybody who does want to participate in that. So.
Okay.
And it doesn't conflict with any board stuff.
Miracle of all miracles.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened.
And I have to tell you, those are very interesting meetings.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay, so you want to step through the paragraphs and make sure everybody agrees with the words?
I want to check in with Marissa first because she's in queue.
Okay.
Marissa. Are you still with us? *6 will get you off of unmute on the phone, or clicking that microphone will toggle you unmuted in Teams. Huh. So Marissa, I've got you muted. You're the only one that can unmute yourself. Or you could type your question into chat and I could read it for you. Whichever you would. Okay, you're having trouble getting through. Oh, do you want to type your question in chat? I'll read it for you. Scott, I know you're listening in. Can you help Marissa on the back end, please? Well, darn. On a sec. Get technical help. All right. Okay. Scott to the rescue. Sorry about that. So we'll watch out for Marissa and go back to the letter.
Okay, so one general change we have to make is every time we say the tank integrity program, which is 3 or 4 times, we need to change the name to the tank integrity and pipeline program, or whatever. Tank pipeline in there. Okay, whatever.
Note to self. All right.
Okay.
So, question from Emmett: if this is from the chair, but it says from the board, Emmett, I think your question is, can the chair sign something that says this is from the board? Is that what you're asking? Okay. I believe it is okay for the chair to sign a letter on behalf of the full board if the board authorizes the letter. So Susan, Shelley, if that's wrong, make sure I get it right.
Seems reasonable.
So looking at the words, first paragraph, questions or comments? Second paragraph, questions or comments? Yes? Did I hear somebody?
On the first paragraph, we ought to put the Hanford Advisory Board and then put board there, and then you choose board the rest of the time.
Okay. Right. We moved that paragraph and so the next paragraph down, you got to clean that up.
Yeah, take that off.
Yep. Third paragraph.
So the second paragraph, we actually originally had a endnote where it says the board has repeatedly advised the DOE to take actions to obtain. Well, our endnote actually had all 7 pieces of advice footnoted, but I don't think that's necessary in this letter. But for the new board members, there are 7 pieces, 7 times in the past, going back to 2012, where the board has said, look into getting additional tank storage. So it's just for your information. Okay, third paragraph.
Third paragraph. I do want to read Marissa's comment since she's having some audio problem. She notes this is tangential, and she's sorry for being nitpicky. Out of respect for the many women who work at Hanford, may we please refer to thank you letters as a thank you letter rather than an attaboy.
Okay.
In honor of what Marissa has to add. Tony.
One thing that always bothers me a little bit is we always talk about the millions of gallons, but we don't ever talk about the amount of radioactivity in that gallons. I don't know if we want to ever go ahead and say 15 curies or becquerels or whatever of radioactive material. It's just a thought. Sometime we get so hung up on the 57 million gallons. Well, that could be all pure water. It ain't all pure water, folks. And sometimes just mentioning the amount of radioactivity involved might be helpful.
This is Rob, who kind of helped made some comments and forced. I think by my comments, it changed to something a lot simpler because, and Tony, we're going to have more advice here where we need to be more explicit with our recommendations for the reasons why they need to either build new tankage or complete the immobilization process and complete the mission and put priorities to it and that. And felt that this is a nice thank you. They have gone overboard to give us really nice presentations, same kind of presentations you'd see at a conference, a technical conference. So they don't hold back, and they're very good. So we're giving them a thank you for that. And let's include the more details in our later advice. Thank you.
That'll be fine. Thank you.
Okay, so what paragraph are we on now? Third paragraph?
Third paragraph.
Once again, we call out the tank integrity program, and it should be tank and pipeline integrity. I don't know if it has a abbreviation because we keep saying that over and over, but I'm not sure. I wasn't sure what to abbreviate it as. And we have enough acronyms as it is. So,
Bob,
Yeah, I can respond to that, Bob. They do have an acronym, and it's TAPI. So for Tank Pipeline Integrity, it's TAPI. So if you're in WRPS circles and you say TAPI, they will know what you're talking about.
Happy. Okay. So I'm glad you're here, Todd.
Fourth paragraph, it remains true.
Okay. And the paragraph that begins with, it remains that the quality of the board's advice, that's where we're kind of saying, hey, we're putting them on notice that we're going to need more information to proceed with our advice points. And we're just letting Gary and company know that we have a list of things that were originally on the advice that we started that we're still going to need to look into. We're going to be requesting.
And we'll go back through and make sure that we get the name of the program and the acronym thing squared away. Chris,
on the second sentence, or excuse me, on the second line in paragraph 4, I suggest adding one word.
Okay.
It's the one we're on. After the word candidness, add timeliness. Candidness, comma, timeliness, comma, and depth of information.
Okay.
So the letter's going to Brian Vance with copies.
You want to add on that last paragraph, the pipeline tank and pipeline are tappy or whatever.
Yeah, I was going to go scrub
Okay.
it for that to make sure that it's more consistent. And, bam, I got you in queue. What's up?
I move approval of the letter.
Me too.
Any objections?
I'll sign it.
You'll sign it. Okay.
Give Bob a pat on the back.
Okay. Records.
It was kind of like herding cats and turtles in the same room.
You know, this letter actually started out before the pandemic, so it took a while to get full circle back to where it started.
All right.
This is the tip of the iceberg.
Right. So I actually have Olivia, who's also on the facilitation team. Not all of you have met her yet. She's actually working on the draft advice from the PIC right now. So my suggestion is that we move up committee reports to by time after lunch. And actually, if Olivia fixes that, I can review it right at the front end of lunch and perhaps even send you a copy during lunch to help that move along a little better.
Ruth?
Yeah.
Ruth, yesterday we had that aborted attempt at approving in principle the work plan. Do we need to do anything else on that to get that going?
That's a great question.
I have an opinion.
Good, because we actually, to my knowledge, and Susan and Shelley can help me, I don't know that we actually have a process for doing an interim approval.
No,
So
we don't.
Yeah, well, I was
Steve,
kind
help
of
us.
pushing for it because we've talked a lot about it, and I like to be proactive and get things done so we can move to the next thing. That's why I was pushing for it. And I don't care whether we have a process or not. We can call it however we feel. But if we don't do something to solidify that work plan, we don't have a work plan. And it's going to be a long time before we have one. So I still think we should approve it.
One of the things I did yesterday, or was it this morning? I can't remember. Let me get out of this. Gary and I talked last night, and I put in okay. One of the things that was under discussion was making sure that there were EIC placeholder calls to prepare for board meetings. And so if we were to add, you all were to add a Wednesday EIC call immediately following committee weeks, that would give that periodicity to take whatever happened in committee week and pivot to what needs to happen at the next board meeting. So there were 5 locations for that: November, February, April, May, and August. The April date is after a committee week. The May date is actually after the committee of the whole and the leadership workshop. That's why they're back to back. That didn't affect the existing EIC placeholders that went along with the existing committee call placeholder days. So in terms of calendar, that was an addition to meet that request for EIC preparation for board meetings.
Well, November 24 is Thanksgiving, yeah?
Did I screw that up?
And we're, a day short of it. So
No, it is in fact the day before Thanksgiving. You are absolutely right.
That's a challenge, I would imagine, for just about everybody.
Yeah, the December meeting is December 15th and 16th. Let me just pull up. Yeah. So given the December meeting, which is the 15th and 16th, well, there are a couple ways to do this. One would be to use Thursday the 18th if there's not 4 days of committee meetings, and slot an EIC call in the afternoon of the 18th if that space is available, or go to the Monday or Tuesday of Thanksgiving week. If you pop it later, I mean, if you do December 1st, you're 2 weeks out from the board meeting. That would be the other alternative.
This is Shelley, if it's possible to have the meeting on the 18th in the morning, I can make it. Otherwise, I have meetings in the afternoon and can't participate.
I was only suggesting afternoon in that the habit is that the EIC call is the last discussion, so it has the opportunity to pick up anything for meetings ahead of it.
Yes.
I suggest December 1st. only because I have no idea what's going to happen on the 18th of November. Right, the 24th is, yeah, the 24th is not. Comments, questions? Help me out here.
Why don't you just make it November 22nd?
November 22nd, make it the Monday?
That's reasonable.
Okay. Gary, are you okay with that?
Let's do it.
And time, Ruth, what are we going to go for?
I was basically making it the same standard time, which is 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's the habit.
Okay.
So it stayed on a Wednesday, which is the normal placeholder day, and it stayed at 1 o'clock, which is the normal placeholder time. I just factored those in the week after committee meetings. To the extent that that was logical, that's how I did it.
So is this now ready to adopt?
I like the sound of that.
I have one question before we do that.
Okay. You asked the question because I have to count quorum here real quick, and that is going to take me a minute. So you talk and I'll count.
Okay. My question is about, I know in-person meetings are, I think if you don't have your mic muted, it's somehow picking up my voice and echoing it. Thanks. Sorry, that was distracting. We had talked about moving the PIC meeting during committee week, but we'd also, in that discussion, reserved the possibility to have it before the board meeting in an event that we returned to in-person meetings. So I just wanted to check the status of the board's ability to have that flexibility going forward. I don't know, Gary or Stan, if you have anything to say about that. I know we don't know when meetings are going to be in person again.
Yeah, Liz, this is Gary. We're going with what we have now. And as we were forming this calendar, we said that as conditions change, we will review the calendar to see what makes sense. So that remains the position of DOE, is that we will make adjustments at the right time. We're trying to set this up for planning, and if at some point we can go to in-person meetings, we'll readdress the calendar and make the adjustments as necessary at that point.
Sorry, thank you for adding the EIC calls. I appreciate that.
Sorry, I need
Move
a minute.
for approval.
Pardon?
I move for approval.
Yeah, I've got to check quorum. That's what I'm doing. I'm sorry, I'm not as fast.
I've got one more question.
Good.
Because this codified, buys you a little time.
Yes.
This codifies the 2021, the rest of 2021. Except that yesterday, and Gary, I asked if we couldn't have an EIC call next week because we don't have one scheduled. We're going into summer. We're looking at September board meeting, and I think that we need to have some discussions about the potential for asking some headquarters folks to participate. And I think that would necessitate, the success of that would necessitate getting an ask in early. So I'd like the EIC to be able to meet if we could and talk over what other little things we need to get through in order to have some kind of a hiatus and set us up successfully for September. So do we know if we can have an EIC meeting next week?
Shelley, we don't have anything scheduled just yet. However, this work plan that we're looking at is effective on October 1st.
I understand.
So yeah, we've got, we'll look at the calendar and see what we can do. I hear your request, and I think it's a reasonable request. So we can figure out when it works best for the EIC for that meeting.
Terrific. Thank you, Gary. I appreciate that.
Sure.
The other alternative is we have placeholders on the 22nd and 23rd for committee calls. And so we could also default to 1 o'clock on the 23rd, which would be a regular placeholder for the EIC. Okay, so thank you for stalling for me. We have 20 seats represented on the call right now. So if we have 17 folks in favor of adoption, you would have approval of this document. Mr. Chair, I want to ask people to type in chat and let us know what they think.
I've been blabbing and I was on mute.
Okay, so we have, wait a minute. Tom, Cecilia, I'm going to give you the floor before we go, before we do this.
Yeah, it's a process question. I'm not comfortable creating a new product of the board, but I'm not going to stand. We think that the work plan should go through to DOE for approval in September, but I don't think that we can approve this by consensus. There's no procedure to do that.
I don't understand.
There's no such thing as a provisional approval in our process.
Okay, then let's just approve it. We've still got to build that bridge between the dates and the topics. But I think we need this in place so we can successfully do that.
I respectfully disagree, only because we've done this every year since the board has existed, and we approved the work plan in September, and the agendas get produced.
I disagree.
Shelley or Susan, do you have a historical process perspective here?
Well, historically, we've always done it in September. And, you know, as someone who believes that the process is the glue for this board, I'm a little uncomfortable doing this now. And it's not the provisional word, you know, we can get rid of that, but just the idea of approving it now. And so, you know, I am having a little bit of heartburn about it. I don't know if this is on the phone or not. You know, we're certainly not the keepers of you know, the process, but I think that is what holds us together as a board, and I don't think that it, you know, not having this in place challenges our ability to get our work done.
So historically, we have worked this through in the executive retreat, and then put it forward to DOE, and they massage it during the summer and then we come to a recommendation. So we have engaged the board in this conversation early in the process, which I think is positive.
So let me float a tactical thing, which may or may not help. One of the things that Gary and I are trying to do is to take the substance of the work plan, read the topics, and lay out literally draft agendas, framework agendas for the full year based on the topics in the work plan. Is it possible to create an action item for staff to create those drafts based on the data in the draft work plan so that we get ahead on identifying topics and getting that whole presentation thing in motion? Because it's the presentation thing that takes so much time. Could you assign that task without formally adopting the work plan and calendar and still keep faith with the process?
Well, the chicken and the egg both have to be on the table. Seems like still the more firm we are in what we intend to do, the more useful the precise planning will be. But if it's unacceptable to folks to approve it now, I'm fine with waiting. I just think it weakens our position.
So do we take a straw poll or do we actually take a vote?
Well, let's take a straw poll. I'd prefer to vote. There's my vote, yes.
I prefer to vote.
My main concern is this is not on the agenda. So if someone has something real big heartburn about the work plan and couldn't make today's meeting because it wasn't going to be a consensus vote, they don't have the chance to weigh in September. I'm not saying there is anyone, but that's just a procedural. If it had been on the agenda as a consensus vote, then this would be a different story.
And we are moving towards a consensus vote. We do have asked for consensus vote. Is that correct, Ruth?
Pardon?
We do have enough members to have a consensus vote.
Right. I have counted 20 seats represented on right now. So we would need 17 to formally have the minimum required for consensus.
But at the same time, if somebody says no, then we don't proceed, right? Like Bob Suyama just said, he wants to wait till September.
Yeah, the standard is, can you live with it? And
Emmett says no. So I guess that means they can't live with it.
yeah, I'm not hearing, I'm hearing, well, Tom, would it be correct to infer that Oregon would say no at this point?
I don't think Oregon would say no, but we would probably offer a dissenting opinion. There's many levels of consensus.
Yeah, I would suggest we now just agree to wait. It can be worked on. I think it's a weaker position, but I'm okay with waiting till September if we have some dissenting votes.
Do we want to do the straw poll?
We can do the straw poll.
What does that mean?
Well, if everyone here supports the principle, the concepts in the work plan and agenda, that's less weak than doing nothing and less strong than having consensus.
Okay. So this is then a straw poll. We're not going to vote. We're just going to.
It's a non-binding vote, I guess.
Okay. Right.
Yeah. Hey, this is Gary, and I've got a question on what's about to happen. Are you just talking about the process? Or are you talking about the content that's within this document that you need more discussion? It sounds to me it's more of a process thing than a content vote. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, it's a process that we were inventing on the fly, and there's discomfort with that.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay.
We're not going to get anything accomplished. I think we should just go forward with the agenda.
Okay. And we don't. Are there any others who want to wait until September? Give me a hint in the chat. If there are any other seats who affirmatively want to wait till September. Okay. So that means you do not have consensus. Because we have four waits, and that means you're not at 17.
Okay, so let's just get back to our agenda and move on then.
Okay. So we've got around about 15 minutes before lunch. I've got Olivia working on the document, which is going to expedite the draft. Excuse me, the draft advice. I'm going to suggest we go and knock off a couple of HAB committee reports to buy ourselves time this afternoon. I'm also suggesting that we start with the national liaison report because I know Pam has a time crunch this afternoon. If that's acceptable, I'm going to give Pam the floor.
Yes.
Pam.
Okay, thank you. I was asked at the last meeting to do a little research and find out what's going on with the waste isolation pilot plant. It is located in New Mexico, and it is the only deep geologic repository we have for nuclear waste in our country. It only accepts transuranic waste. So I'm sorry for the acronyms, but I have transmitted my written report to Ruth, and I'll just go ahead with it. So starting with DOE headquarters, DOE is going to keep a focus on in-state contracting in 2021, and now is working on how to flesh out how it is supposed to work. They will define how priorities are established and clarify roles and responsibilities of each entity within DOE, as well as provide a strategic view to stakeholders. The approach is front-loaded towards immediate tasks in the first year or so of the contract. Factors such as key bosses, management approach, and contractor performance on other contracts are weighted heavily, as is cost. The contracting model envisions a single award, indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity contract for each acquisition, with the ability to issue both cost reimbursement and firm fixed price task orders according to DOE. It is supposed to yield a more risk-based approach for discrete scopes of work and for more realistic, reliable pricing. So now into the WIP report. In April, the Department of Energy halted transuranic shipments, referred to as true waste, from Los Alamos to the waste isolation pilot plant in New Mexico, after sparks from a waste drum prompted evacuations at both Los Alamos and the disposal site. Sparking was observed after a metal waste item was placed into a drum with 2 high-efficiency particulate HEPA filters. A study concluded that the crew did not recognize that welding titanium in an inert glove box could result in heightened risk of spontaneous ignition. In the future, they will remove titanium fines from the true waste stream. Idaho remains the top priority for WIP shipments until all legacy true waste is shipped to New Mexico, including buried waste from places like Rocky Flats. They will continue shipping until approximately 2030. The revival of an underground ventilation fan. The WIP facility is a mine in a salt formation in New Mexico, I believe about 21 to 2,500 feet underground. So air ventilation is extremely important. And DOE says, wait, excuse me, I've got my lost here. The revival of an underground ventilation fan that has been idle for years is targeted for late July. DOE says that operation of the fan poses very little radiological risk. A test showed that the dose from the fan is no more than the annual dose one might receive from owning a smoke detector. The fan will provide temporary improvement to the underground ventilation until a permanent ventilation upgrade is installed. A WIP permit modification is under consideration by the state of New Mexico to construct a new air intake shaft. The shaft, in tandem with the new ventilation system, will enable WIP to again multitask by doing waste emplacement, maintenance, and salt mining at the same time. DOE has announced a supplemental analysis for the construction of 2 new disposal panels, 1/4 mile west of the current panels. It showed the existing environmental impact statement for the mine remains adequate for the new panels. Each panel will have 7 disposal rooms measuring 300 feet long by 33 feet wide and 13 feet high. New panel 8 is supposed to be ready by January 2022. We had previously heard that the volume of waste in the mine was calculated by the external size of waste containers, not what was inside them. WIP requested that the volume of waste be based on actual waste. This was approved. Previously, based on container size, there was 100,000 cubic meters of waste in the mine. Now measuring the volume of waste, the total is 60,000 cubic meters. The Land Withdrawal Act allows 6.2 million cubic feet of waste to be stored, so they have a lot of capacity. The WIP management and operation contractor staffs a central characterization project, the CCP. There is a representative from each of the shipping sites. They oversee characterization of waste to make sure it meets WIP criteria and also monitor what waste is ready to ship. We do have a Hanford person who is part of the CCP, whose name is Gary Piles. Okay, on to Los Alamos, New Mexico. Contaminated wood and other material was discovered in February 2020 on a 28-acre piece of land the Los Alamos lab had transferred to the county in 2018. The county was in the process of putting in a sewer line for a new housing complex. No contamination has been found in the area planned for housing. In April 21, New Mexico Environment Department gave its blessing to a DOE plan for remediation of radioactive contamination along the road. And Idaho, the Idaho site is still not ready to start treating sodium-bearing waste at the Idaho site. Startup is expected near the end of this calendar year. At Oak Ridge, Okay, so I have a little organization challenge here. Okay, we're moving on to Oak Ridge, Tennessee. The Y12 facility at Oak Ridge is DOE's uranium facility. And so they do manufacturing there and also for the National Nuclear Deterrent. They also retrieve and store nuclear materials, primarily uranium. In order to facilitate demolition of old and dilapidated contaminated buildings within the Y12 fence, they are going to cut 70 acres from the footprint of the 150-acre protected area. This will make it easier for workers to access facilities that they're tearing down. They will install a new entry control portal and vehicle portal. Oak Ridge plans to build a new landfill to take low-level construction materials from building demolition at Y12 and Oak Ridge National Laboratory. The current 28-acre waste management facility that opened in 2002 is 80% full, and it will reach capacity in 2027. Most of the material there came from demolition of the K25 gaseous diffusion plant complex. Both existing and planned landfills are regulated under CERCLA. There remain more than 300 buildings to be torn down. Both landfills were designated to take low-level radioactive waste or chemical contaminated soil and demolition debris and equipment. DOE says the new facility will be in keeping with the policy to dispose of most high-level waste and debris inside the DOE complex while providing off-site disposal for low-volume, high radionuclide waste. A remaining issue of concern is how much mercury will be handled from the contaminated Y12 facilities. And finally, the salt waste processing facility at the Savannah River site that handles the majority of their tank waste shut down in late March due to unacceptably high levels of residual organic solvent, which is used to remove cesium from tank waste. It was found in the decontaminated salt solution produced by SWPF. To fix the problem, they replaced internal components of the coalescence equipment. SWPF was built to treat 90% of the remaining tank waste by separating highly radioactive elements, including cesium and strontium, from less radioactive waste. The high activity waste is then moved to their vitrification facility. Their separation equipment is almost identical to our TSCR equipment. And finally, the president's budget is flat for DOE Richland at $926 million, and the ORP budget drops $100 million to $1.54 billion. So that's a very good starting point for us, and I'm sure our members of Congress will plus it back up to existing levels. So that's it, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
I have a question.
Steve.
Yes, you were talking about the Savannah River's use of the TSCR style removal system. What are they doing with those canisters of the actual retrieved cesium?
They send it directly to their vitrification plant because it's operational. So they don't have to store it like we do.
How did they get it there? Because it's in those canisters.
I didn't ask that question, but I assume it's probably similar to what we're going to do. You put the material in the canister and then you transmit it to the vitrification plant.
Yeah, I don't think we have a way of doing that. That's something we should look into.
Okay.
Other questions for Pam?
Thanks for letting me go first. I have an eye appointment today that shouldn't take very long, but you never know.
Dan Solitz, question. Are you there, Dan?
Yes. Thanks for the report, Pam. I'm still not clear on the WIP capacity with the additional burden of WIP plus plutonium disposal and the refurbishing plans and the associated equipment necessary to do all of that. But all of that will end up in WIP, and it takes priority over our waste. So I'm still not sure that we have the capacity at WIP under the present Land Withdrawal Act to store all of that?
We do. Okay, I'm looking for it in my notes. So the Land Withdrawal Act allows 6.2 million cubic feet of waste to be stored in WIPP. And currently they only have 60,000 cubic meters. So, and the new ventilation shaft, which permitting is expected, and this is permitting from the state of New Mexico. The state environment department has already stated their support for the new ventilation shaft. They've gone through all the public hearings, and the decision will be issued this fall. And that will support ventilation until 2050.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Pam. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
We are at lunch break, and Josh doesn't know this yet, but Olivia just finished cleaning up the pick draft advice, and you should have that in the next 15 minutes. So you'll see that cleaned up copy in your email over lunch. Steve, is there anything we need to do before we break for lunch?
Well, it sounds like we're in pretty good shape. I appreciate everybody's efforts this morning to move so quickly through some challenging stuff. So let's have a break.
All right. Thank you. We will see you back at 1:15. 1:15.
Say, Ruth.
Yeah.
This is Bob. You got my view graphs, didn't you? My slides
I
for
have
Tankley. Ooh, good. Thank you.
I do. In fact, Josh probably already posted them on the website. He was like on a roll the other day.
Yes, they are available online. Attachment 9, I believe.
I just love having good stuff.
You actually have help. That's probably good.
Yeah. Probably shouldn't see me dancing in the living room. I'm so happy, but it might have. I'm trying to get ahead of the quorum count here.
Folks, this is Tom Galliotto. I just read an email from the Energy Community Alliance that indicated that the EM budget that was submitted for 2022 suggests eliminating the payment in lieu of taxes funds for Hanford. That should be a big issue if that goes through for us.
That used to be a huge point of contention in the Department of Ag budget as well.
Mm. It should be interesting.
Because federal lands and PILT are a big deal in a lot of communities.
Right.
Maybe we'll start paying taxes.
Maybe, although doubtful.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Chairman, we have exactly a quorum at the moment.
All right, let's exactly vote.
So let me tell you what you got in the email and what you see on the screen. They are slightly different. And I want to confess, because the blooper is mine. So the background on the draft advice did not change, except for one word, the word framework here, to clarify these framework documents. Only word that changed in the background. When we pop down to the advice point 1 did not change. We did add a footnote. Actually, the footnote's related to the background, so that if folks want to see more about the concerns in the public involvement processes for either the EM 10-year plan or the inner area principles, this is telling them there's more information if you're curious. The remaining advice points, 2 through 6, this is what changed. I managed to count number 1 twice. And number 5 got left off of the version you got at lunch. So these are the 6 advice points coming out of this morning's discussion. These are the ones that you spent your time revising and recrafting. Questions on what you got sent and what we fixed?
The way this reads, it will fit very well with our discussions with the EMSSAB on a national level. So it's very serendipitous timing for us to have this piece of advice to send forward.
So yes, the numbering is corrected and all 6 points are up there. I apologize. I did not mean to confuse you.
Steve, this is Gary. I have an observation, if you don't mind.
You bet.
On point number 1, I'd like to offer 2 things. One on point 1C, where it says involve a long period of time, 6 months or more. Within the regulatory space, 6 months is a blink of an eye. 18 months would probably be a reasonable number given the administravia that certain documents have to go through. So I'd like to point that out for consideration. Second is potentially adding a D bullet on here. Part of the discussion and the genesis of this advice is that it took 5 years or so from the time there was input to release of the Central Plateau advice. So if you put maybe a cap on there where if advice has been accepted, say 36 months or so prior to something being adopted, that the advice should be, that the input could be revisited, kind of capping that so that if you haven't actually done something with that advice or that input, it kind of expires. Just for consideration.
Reaction from the PIC, it seems like that might be worth doing.
Anyone?
So what I heard was changing 6 months to 18 months and then adding a part D that, forgive me, if you can explain it again shortly, has an expiration. I was missing that.
Yes, Jeff, that's kind of what I was saying is that put an expiration date on public comment if it hasn't been adopted into a document. That way you don't have the same issue that people observed for the Central Plateau, where it sat for about 5 years. Kind of cap it, if that makes sense.
So the validity of a public comment expires is what you're saying, and you would need to go back out and get new public comment?
Yes.
I see.
As I clumsily fumble through that, yes, that's the gist.
Okay, thank you. That helps clarify. I think I think we're outside of the pick so far now. I mean, this is just for everybody. Just speaking as me in my seat, that sounds fine.
So Ryan just joined us from Ecology. Ryan, the discussion is here on point 1C about this 6 months or more piece, and what is the expiration date of a public comment? Is it 6 months? Is it 18 months? Is it somewhere in the middle? That's kind of what folks are talking about.
Sorry, what do you mean exactly by expiration of a public comment?
Gary was suggesting that 6 months is a blink of an eye in agency terms, and that what if a public comment that was made expires or would need to be revisited after 18 months instead of just 6 months. Gary, help me out. I don't want to miss
I don't.
what you said.
This is Ginger. Hold on a second. This is Ginger. I don't understand that, Gary, because it sounds like you're saying the opposite thing. You're saying, I thought you were saying that they should make it longer on point C, but then you're saying it wouldn't necessarily be considered. And as far as what would be expired, I don't see why any public comment would expire unless the content upon which they are submitting a comment has substantively changed.
And are we referring to public comments for comment periods or just in general? Because I know for public comment periods, at least from ecology standpoint, that's where our response to comments document we do for each comment period is we respond to all the comments we get during a public comment period. So we do get a response to them.
And that has a deadline. We try to have that done within a certain amount of time, although sometimes if it's a substantial document, it takes us a while to wade through them. So, but I just don't understand why any public comment would expire unless the document that they were commenting on was really changed, in which case it probably should go out for another public comment period.
And Ginger, that's exactly what I'm saying, is that if there have been any changes and there's a whole list of why something may or may not have. I'm just trying to, from an agency standpoint, assist at throwing out an observation as opposed to influencing, to make this a stronger piece of advice. And you're right, from as Ryan was saying, answering the comments and things like that, from the processing part, that takes a while. So putting a 6 month cap on there probably isn't really helping a whole lot, which is why I'm suggesting move that timeline out a little bit. And if nothing else, at 3 years, you can just check to see, was there anything substantive that changed? And if it is, take it back out for comment again.
We've got Liz and Jerry in queue. Help us with this, Liz.
I know some of the people who quantified things to be quantified. May not like the suggestion, but I think it'd be simpler to just say involve a long period of time between the initial public involvement process and formal adoption. And we can have this conversation about this expiration in PIC and schedule some time to talk about it. Because we're talking about discretionary public involvement here, not which may look different than commenting on a proposed plan. So if that's possible to just say involve a long period of time between the initial public involvement process and formal adoption, I think that might cut through this to get us where we need to go.
Gary.
I'm perfectly fine with whatever the board chooses to go with. It's also entirely possible that my meds aren't working properly this afternoon, so I'm just throwing out an observation.
Jerry?
I think we're on something. Liz's suggestion, I think, makes a lot of sense. So we, if we need to refine it with further discussion, we can in the future.
Okay, so the good. So we take out 6 months or more and just have it say involve a long period of time between the initial process and formal adoption.
Right, because it's, yeah, I think it's just, we're talking about things like the board issued advice, which isn't often thought of as like the kind of more informal public involvement. And we're saying we want more, but it might not look like public comments. So that's why I think that works.
Steve Anderson.
Yeah, I just have concerns over advice saying long period of time without some type of a reference. It's just a pretty vague statement.
Involve a long period of time, such as a number of years?
I think that's how it got in there in the first place. 6 months, maybe, yeah, just a short period of time. That, right, does sound a bit ridiculous, but I do like the comment about you know, what Gary had said related to things taking too long to come out, then they should be brought up again. But yeah, this puts us into another mill. So to Liz's point, if we think this will help expedite it, that's probably good too.
Chris Sutton.
I can go with what Liz says, but I think we're okay the way it was originally also with 6 months, because we say EG, you know, and as long as we're saying, for example, it doesn't really bind us to anything. It's just an example. So I think either way is fine.
So decision time, leave it in, take it out. Shelley.
I think we should go ahead and leave it in as an example, and I think we should pull this question back into further discussions where we can really identify the specificity further.
Okay.
Thanks.
I agree with Shelley.
Right. Other comments or questions on the draft advice? Okay. By my count, there are 19 seats. Oh, Emmett, you've got a question. Emmett.
We're getting ready to vote. That's what I was going to suggest. Thanks.
I love it when you push me. Right. So we have 19 seats. on the line that I've been able to identify. We need 17 yeses to make it work. So in the queue, I want you to type your name, your seat, and yes or no on approving the advice.
I don't see a, this is Tony Brooks, but I approve.
Okay, thank you, Tony. No, this isn't as fast as people are looking around the table. This is easier when you get through.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, this is Lorraine Contreras. I just wanted to let you know that I'm not logged in to vote in the chat. So I just wanted to let you know that my vote is yes. Lorraine Contreras with Yakima Nathan.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anyone else on the phone that we need to check in with? Okay. We have consensus. Congratulations. You
Great
passed
job, everybody.
another piece of advice virtually. And we will get that. This is this is Josh and Olivia's first HAB meeting, so they will also have the adventure of putting together advice and collecting Steve's autograph. So next up is moving on with committee reports. So we did the National Liaison Report. There we go. So Steve, let's do committee reports.
All right.
Jeff, would you like to bask in success first?
All right. Let me wash out my wounds first. No, I'm kidding. Okay, so PIC update. We had a meeting in May as well as in March, I believe. We spent a fair amount of time focusing on trying to get this advice out, but we did have some other topics that I just thought I'd let you all know about. We have gotten in the habit lately of doing new round robins to start off every meeting, some icebreakers. The last one was about the media and what its role is at Hanford, how it is changing or hasn't changed under COVID. Generated some pretty interesting perspectives from folks. Although I'll say it now and I'll say it multiple times throughout this, I really wish we had more showing up to these meetings because I want to hear people's perspectives on these kinds of questions. But we had lots of different thoughts about not only how is the media acting as a tool as part of the Hanford cleanup, but also are we reaching all the media outlets that are reaching all of the different subgroups and communities and cultures that are affected by the Hanford cleanup? And so that's somewhere we may go in the future, is trying to figure out, are we reaching all the right places? There was kind of an interesting thought coming out of that conversation too, that maybe the board has a role to put out quarterly or annual, some kind of press release, letter, or something that summarizes the work that the board has done, and allows people not on the board to have greater insight as to what the board has been up to and how our views are shaping over time. We talked through our work plan, which you've seen. We've had a few things pop up as potential topics for the future. One of them being one of the recommendations from the recent GAO on tank closure that recommended greater public involvement in the technical analyses associated with tank closure. That was kind of a bridge topic between tank waste and PIC that we may take up. There's also something related to the National Park Service, I believe, and the 100 area BC ROD, where we may end up playing a role in. And I think we've made advice about this in the past, but this might actually be time to start talking about signage and messaging and the right type of outreach to go along with the Manhattan Project National Park. We had an update related to Hanford Live, which is happening next week. For those of you who are not aware, Hanford Live is, in the past, it's been hosted on Facebook, but I think they're using multiple media platforms now, where the 3 tri-party agency heads, as well as a representative from the Hanford Advisory Board, so Steve will be there, give brief introductions and then take questions from the public. I recommend and ask people to participate. And further, we made a challenge in the PIC, and I'd like to extend that challenge to everyone who's here today, not only to go and participate, but to try to bring a friend, if you're willing to subject a friend to the wide world at Hanford, and to increase our own advertising to try to help make this a success by having a lot of people show up. We'd like to see that happen. We also got an update on some of the new things that Ecology is trying. They're trying some new internet-based, interactive Hanford educational and discussion-based products. Some things on YouTube talking about Hanford history. I think their next one is going to be talking about groundwater. So that'll be an interesting topic there. So those are kind of the highlights, but again, PIC is your freebie, and I would ask folks to come check it out. Thanks.
Questions for Jeff? Susan, like that.
There we go. Jeff, thanks. I really appreciate that. And I did want to mention, when you talk about a yearly report or something along those lines, every year the Hanford Advisory Board has a column or a display in the Tri-City Herald Progress Edition in April. I have authored it when I was chair, and Steve and I worked on this most recent one. So that is one avenue that we reach the public. I realize a newspaper is kind of old hat, but it is still in the Tri-Cities something that people do look at in this particular area. So that is one thing that I know happens each year. Thanks.
Also want to note, Ryan Miller has put the link, the Zoom link for Hanford Live in the chat. Ryan, if you would send that to us, we can also send it out to the board.
I'll do that, Ruth.
Yeah, we might be able to get it into today's weekly update if you can send it.
Yeah, I'll send it right now.
I don't remember if I sent it out over lunch or not. But anyway, we'll try to get it into this week. If not, we'll make a special mailing. Last questions for Jeff? Let's move on to budgets and contracts. Tom.
Okay, I've got basically just 2 items to mention this morning for our report. The first is that, as you know, we've been working with DOE for a year or more, actually, to request an advanced presentation to BCC before the public cleanup and budget priorities meeting is scheduled, so that we can have a preliminary assessment of what's being presented, and also to have the opportunity to ask questions of DOE in a format that is more interactive than typically the public meeting is. I know Gary's actively trying to arrange this, and we're very much hoping that we can have that session, that meeting, in sometime early July, before the planned July 15th public meeting, as it currently stands, as I understand. And then also in that meeting, besides that agenda item, we're planning on having an open discussion format with DOE on how and what information and when we can share information on federal budgets to us, to the BCC and to the HAB in general. DOE operates under a lot of restrictions in that regard, and the timing is important on determining when they can share information and what they can share directly. So we're hoping to have that open discussion and actually reach some agreements and understandings of, okay, this is what we can receive and when we can receive it, and the willingness to provide that is important to us. So we're looking forward to that meeting, and I'd encourage all BCC members and anyone else interested actually in that meeting to plan on attending. And once it's arranged, and Gary lets us know, we'll get the word out to have membership. The second item I wanted to mention is that per our fiscal 2021 work plan, we've also requested a presentation from DOE as a self-assessment, their self-assessment of the IDIQ procurement process, the contracts placed under IDIQ guidance. Indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity is what that stands for. And we've had now at least one, and hopefully shortly more than one, 2 or 3 contracts placed that will give DOE local DOE some experience in placing those contracts, and also in seeing how they're working for them under the guidance of that type of contract. We're very interested in that. I know Pam has been interested in that, and this presentation that we're asking for in August would hopefully give us some insights as to how that contracting is working for Hanford. I say August because it is close to the end of this fiscal year, and August is a committee week month, and sometime on 12th or 13th of August, I can't remember the exact date, but for BCC would be hoping to have that kind of presentation at that point. So those 2 items are on the horizon, near horizon for us. And of course, starting in December, we'll be beginning to formulate a team to work on the fiscal 2024 budget priorities, cleanup priorities advice that we'll be issuing hopefully in March of next year. So those are the things that we're facing right now. and would appreciate your support in attending those meetings as much as you can. So thank you.
Questions for Tom? Right. Richard Bloom, are you with us on the phone? I don't have people's phone numbers memorized, so I can't tell by. I know Becky has been stretched many ways. So, Becky, do you have anything from HSEP? You may not this time.
No, thanks, Ruth. Like I said, I wasn't able to be on the last HSEP call. So I know Richard was on that call. That's why I was wondering if I didn't see him on here either. And I didn't see him on here yesterday either. So all I can say is I know that there was a call. I'm not sure exactly what took place because I haven't been able to talk to Richard either. So I don't know if anybody else was on that call. Maybe they could fill us in.
Tony, weren't you on the HSEP call last time? Do you remember?
Yes, I was. And we talked a little bit about 2 or 3 different health hazards. We went back to the beryllium thing, talked a little bit about beryllium, talked a little bit about chemicals and the chemicals that are in the waste tank and what was going to happen to them as we started processing waste. There were several other things, but those are the 2 big ones that I remember. Traffic safety, of course, is always big. We talked about that. One of the things that I would like to bring up somehow, is that we talk about hazards and we talk about the bullets and the targets. The bullets, of course, are the radionuclides. The targets are the humans and the environment. I've been involved in doing a little study on the radiobiology of all the radionuclides in the tank waste. And of course, cesium is the biggest hitter. And as we try to remove cesium from the waste, we've done more to improve the safety as far as radionuclides are concerned than anything else we can do. Because I found that a lot of the other long-lived radionuclides are not much of a biological hazard. So those are kind of the things I remember and want to get put into the pot.
Thank you, Tony. Great. Tom, question for HSEP. Tom Galeotto.
Yes, just a quick one. It's kind of an aside from the report that Tony just covered. We heard yesterday at the meeting presentation from Brian that there's no impact to the environment, to the safety of the workers or the public from the tank leak B109 recently. And I guess I'm asking this question for HSEP, but possibly for Bob and tank waste as well. Do you agree that there is no impact resulting from this tank leak?
Let me just take a quick shot at that. You know, I've been trying to convince someone that we should get Bruce Napier to come and talk to either our group or the whole group. Bruce has been involved in Russia, where they basically dumped their waste into the Teka River. And it went down the river, and they've exposed tons of people to radionuclide, just like we have in our waste tanks. And he's been involved in studying the impact of that. And I think it'd be nice if we had that as a piece that we could compare our small leaks to dumping a whole 9 yards. Now, we don't suggest that anybody would ever want to dump it, okay? But I think Bruce could really be a help in putting the risk into some kind of perspective.
Okay, thanks, Tony.
I'd like to make a comment if I could. Is it available? Sure. Okay.
Go ahead.
You know, it kind of disturbed me in the last tank waste meeting, we had a presentation by the authorities here, and they basically talked about no consequences of a tank leak and that there would be no effort to clean it up. And I know that we in the tank committee had talked about a little bit afterwards saying, wait a minute, did I hear what I thought I heard? That we're going to allow our high level waste tanks to leak because it's going to take 25 years to get down to the groundwater. And my conscience is going like, have the state heard this? Has ecology said that it's now acceptable to allow a tank to leak? And now we heard it again from Vance at our presentation yesterday. And what does the state say here? We need to call EPA out here and say, what is going on that you're allowing a radioactive high-level waste tank leak and say, okay, it's not going to be but 25 years before it gets to the groundwater. So, maybe I'm overreacting, maybe I'm not, but it seems like we've come a very, very far way from saying or thinking that we are going to do the best job we can on cleaning up the nuclear waste out there, which includes immobilizing anything that's dangerous. And now we're saying, oh, let it go to the groundwater in 25 years. Okay, off my high horse here. I think that we got to comment on this. I really do. I think the board needs to, no, we're not looking for perfection, but we just don't want to slip it under the door and say, yeah, this is kind of coincidental with the big science guys back in Washington. They're saying, okay, yeah, monitored attenuation and that sort of thing. Folks, it just surprised me to hear it so openly now twice in the last. And I think that other people, if you've heard this and you're disturbed by this, let's think about it.
Right. I have Jerry, Bob, and Steve Wigman in queue, and the tank waste update is next. So, Jerry?
Well, amen, brother. Why in heck? I want to use stronger language than heck. But why would we have spent our time saying congratulations and thank you for having a tank integrity program if it's just fine to let tanks leak and contaminate the soil and groundwater forever? It's just insane. We all know that you can't remove all the contamination that reaches groundwater. We've seen the projections. I could put them up on the screen right now from the Tank Closure Waste Management EIS that show when you have contaminated soil under the tanks, you will cause pulses of contamination to reach the groundwater 50 times or more above standards for uranium, for example, many times more than that for other contaminants, not just in 25 years, but in the year 2135 and in the year 2235, 2335, 2445, and onward for 10,000 years, because no one's going to run a pump and treat system. And even if you did, it's never going to intercept all the contamination that leaches through the soil. And we need an urgent response. And one of the things that we should be looking at is the question that has been asked before by board members and other experts. How come this site does not have a contingency plan as required for RCRA permits for leaks from the single shell tanks that say, when there's a tank, to meet the legal requirement to empty a tank as soon as feasible, if not immediately, here's what we're going to do. We don't have that. So we spend money on an integrity program to determine if the shell of the tank is getting so thin that it's likely to leak. And ironically, we don't have a program and a permit requirement in place for single shell tanks saying, when it gets there, here's what we're going to do. So that's something we need to be forcing, and there are options, and we need to be pushing them as a board.
Right. Bob Suyama, I'm doing the queue, not the tanks update.
Yeah, well, except we're doing both. I think all my tank report is pretty much covered in that last discussion. But I totally agree with Rob and Jerry. And that's why we went ahead and did that. Thank you letter was because the issues with the shingle shell tanks, as Jerry brought up, and we have issues with the double shell tanks and the mexine and all that, are got to be something that the board weighs into as far as writing advice. And just like Jerry discussed, I found no response for a single shell tank leak. There is a response for double shell tank leak because they say they got lots of time to do a lot of planning and studying because there's double shells there. So yes, that is one of the things that is on our list in the Tank Waste Committee to really dig into is the leak from a single shell tank. And there's probably other single shell tanks that are leaking. We know there's a number of known leakers already. So yes, and we'll talk a little bit more about it in my tank committee report.
Right. So I've got 3 people in queue: Steve Wigman, Shelley, and Chris. Steve?
A couple of things. I'd like to respond to a comment by Anton about having Bruce Napier come and talk to us. I worked with Bruce many, many years ago, and he's very highly respected, and he could help us understand some issues that I don't think we have enough information on right now. And then to the tank leak, yeah, the ecology and DOE are talking about reactions, and they will have some actions. I don't expect this to leave our agenda for a long time. And I think both this topic and some education for us from someone like Bruce should be on our September agenda.
Shelley, then Chris. Shelley, I think you're muted. Let's try to get you off mute.
Okay, I'll start over again.
There you go.
Thanks, Ruth. We've got to deal with it. There's no doubt about it. It's unacceptable, and amen to everything that everybody said prior to me about the lack of response to the tank and the single shell tanks. It's time to start on that. So I appreciate it, and I don't want to say anything more other than thumbs up. Let's get it on an agenda and start working the issue. Thanks.
Right, Chris, and then Tony. Chris?
You know, I think Jerry had a pretty good point. DOE's 25 years was, I think what they're saying is there's no immediate today, tomorrow, next week risk to the public. But I think Jerry's point is, what about 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now, whatever? And maybe advice that we could give would be, in case of a leak, that our advice to DOE might be, and agencies, might be not only to consider the short-term risk, but to consider the long-term risk when there is no more pump and treat here, when whatever the end state of the site is at that end state, but there's still stuff in the ground that could be percolating down to the water table many, 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 many years from now, much more than 25. So I think the long-term risk in case of a leak is is something that we could require or advise DOE and the agencies to address, as Jerry said.
Right. Okay, Tony, and then Laureen from Yakima. Tony? Let's get you off of mute, Tony.
Oh, you can hear me now then? Okay.
There you go.
It looks like I raised a sort of a firestorm here, which I was intending to do. I appreciate the support to get Bruce Napier involved. And I surely don't want to condone leaks, okay? That's not my goal here. But I think we have to understand that the stuff in 100 years or 1,000 years is better than different than the stuff today, okay? The strontium and cesium have a 30-year half-life. 300 years, they're going to be gone. That's a given. That's known, okay? Then after that, what have we got left? And that's one of the discussions I'd like to have sometime. So anyway, I appreciate the comments, and I fired up a little enthusiasm, and we'll go on. Thank you.
All right. Laureen, I think you're on the phone, right?
Yes.
Stars?
Can you?
Yes, we can.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you for the opportunity to let me speak. And I am in agreement with Jerry and all the comments that have been made from the Yakima Nation's perspective. You know, the 100% cleanup, you know, of our ceded territory in that area is what is always relayed from my elected officials. And, you know, for us, it's sacred land. I mean, we have, you know, cultural, religious sites, natural resources that, you know, our membership is, you know, hoping to, you know, protect and preserve. And so, you know, with hearing that you know, it just seems like, you know, Department of Energy is constantly looking for, you know, ways to cut corners on the funding, you know, so that they don't have to fully clean up. And, you know, I've always been told, you know, from my elected officials and those that have, you know, worked out at the Hanford area a lot longer than I have, that, you know, the concern is always that, you know, the Yakima Nation asks for 100% cleanup. And, you know, the state agencies, you know, you have, you know, your rules and regulations that, you know, require you to go to a certain point. And then, you know, as long as you meet, you know, what your authority states, then that they're calling it good. But in, you know, the Yakima Nation's mind, you know, it's never going to be good enough. We want total cleanup. We want, you know, the groundwater and the plumes to be effectively and adequately monitored so that, you know, every precaution is taken to protect, you know, that water, because the water is the most important and sacred. You know, it feeds everything, you know, and it's part of our culture. So, you know, this is a serious issue. And, you know, so I am in agreement that, you know, we do need to have these discussions, and you know, don't be afraid to talk about it, because it's gonna, you know, outlast us, you know, in our lifetime. And so the work that we put in and effort today is gonna protect our future. Thank you.
So how about we move on to the Tank Waste Committee update?
Yes, you have my diagrams. And this is going to be a fairly short report because we've discussed just about all of it already in one venue or another. So I'm the chair of Oxiama, and Susan Leckman is my able vice chair. And then the next slide just shows what our charter is. And basically the key word here is tank waste and everything that's related to storing it, retrieving it, and treating it. So next slide, please. Okay, so we had a meeting on April 14th, And the first one was a presentation on the transporter that's going to be used to take the glass logs, basically, from the relativity waste DF law and transfer it over to IDF. And it was a good presentation, and to me, it was just another thing we could click off our list of things that had to be accomplished. You needed the transporter, and it's available and ready. Retrieval of AX 102 and 104, we already had a kind of a status presentation from Brian Vance yesterday. And then the B109, we had a discussion about the leak from that single shell tank. And as you can infer from the discussion from Rob and Jerry and Tony, it was a very invigorating, energetic discussion. In fact, that discussion went on so long that we just kind of decided not to do the tank integrity program, which was next on the list, and devote that time to following up on B109. And the key thing here is, out of that discussion, we had so many issues on double shell and single shell tanks and leaks and chemistry that we basically said, wow, we've got to really probably generate several different advice points, because there's no way we're going to be able to write one advice that covers that whole broad step. So, and then after that, we did something that I think Gary talked about, Gary Younger. We actually, and Jeff Burbright, we looked at the GAO report. And this report was kind of a result of back in 2019. The GAO came in and talked to a lot of us. I think they tried to get all the members of the Tank Waste Committee, all the leadership of the HAB, and the leadership of the other committees. And they interviewed us on a pretty detailed basis on tank farms. And the title of this is DOE efforts to close tank farms would benefit from a clearer legal authorities and communication. And this is GAO 2173. Now, we tried to get this discussion in the Tank Waste Committee, and it wasn't until Gary agreed that we could have this discussion internal, just among the Tank Waste Committee, and without any presentation or briefings from DOE or the other tri-party agencies. And it worked out very, very good. I think we'll find that this might be a good avenue for the board in the future to internally discuss things, emerging issues, things that come up, where we don't have to wait for DOE to do their long process of getting approval for presentations. We could figure out among the board members what our path forward is. So that was a good effort. The one thing I learned is we had we had 60 minutes set aside for that, and we needed a lot more. There was so much to discuss. And I think the PIC's going to try to pick up some of the things we left on the floor and discuss it some more. Next slide, please. So following the April 14th meeting, we had a committee call on May 25th, And mainly that was to figure out how we're going to move forward with the tank waste integrity program. And so that's where we kind of decided to go and do the thank you letter for the background that we've been given. And then we're going to have to queue up a lot of different discussions and a lot of different requests for information to really start digging into the direct shell, the double shell, and the single shell tank issues. And I think the single shell tank issue is probably the biggest one right now, just because of the response we got from DOE saying not a problem. And we think it is a problem. So, final slide, please. So right now we are planning on a November 30th leadership call to try to figure out what our agendas are for the September meeting. And that hopefully will give Gary Younger some time to actually see if they have presentations that they can get ready for us in time for the September meeting. And we are tentatively planning on having a full day meeting because we have so many things on our agenda or on my to-do list that should cover a whole day on September 22nd. So that's my report. Thank you very much.
Bob,
Yes.
September 22nd is actually a full board meeting.
Oh, I got the wrong one.
Would
Okay.
you entertain the possibility of an August meeting on the 11th?
Okay. Well, whatever the calendar says, I looked at probably the wrong color. But whenever the next board meeting week is, I'd like to request a full day meeting.
Let me pull up the calendar for you.
I don't have this year's calendar right here.
That's okay. I'll pull it up. Right. So August looks like committee week
Oh,
is
yeah.
10th, 11th, and 12th.
Yeah. Okay. Go for it. Even better.
All right. Questions for Bob?
Hey, Bob, this is Susan, your vice chair. I have a question. On the June 30th leadership, we will be discussing the August agenda. Is that what
Yes.
Okay.
Mainly.
Okay. So you and I and other members of the committee need to flesh out the time and the actual topics to decide.
The time, I think, is 10 o'clock.
Okay. Okay. Have you already?
Ruth already sent out the notice on that meeting.
Okay. Okay.
It should also be in the weekly update.
Okay.
That will go out later today. Let me double check.
Great.
This is-
I will
Yes.
check on
I
that.
have a question. How is this meeting different than what should be held on the 22nd or the 23rd, which is the committee call placeholders?
So Bob got a better offer on the 22nd and 23rd. And
He's gonna be out.
so, yeah. So
Yes,
it got changed to 10 a.m. on Wednesday, the 30th.
Okay.
And a leadership call is basically the gang of six. It's the chair and vice chair of a committee, representatives of each of the 3 TPA agencies, and a facilitator. So the gang of six or a leadership call, that's the translation of that.
Perfect. That clarifies. Thanks.
And Ruth, would you fix my slide to August 11th?
Right. August 11th.
Yeah, before you put it in the record.
Okay. Josh, we may have to fix it and resend it to the webmaster. Josh was being really efficient.
Oh, you guys are too efficient.
No, it's Josh. He's efficient. Other questions for Bob?
Yeah, I got one.
Yeah.
Which committee is following the cesium and strontium capsule removal from wet storage?
That's the wrap.
That's the next committee update.
All right. I just don't want to lose sight of that just because we got all this other stuff going on, because that could be a real disaster.
Yes. And that will feed into our roundtable, my subject for the roundtable.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, you were waving, Tom, so you're up. River and Plateau.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So RAP had 2 committee meetings since our last full board. The first one, the agenda got stuck up in the contract transition, so we didn't actually have any agency briefs. But we had a IM team presentation from the M91 IM team, which was headed by Vince, and it was one of the most informative and well done presentations I've seen on transuranic waste. So it was really helpful. The IM team decided that there wasn't really a lot of meat for advice to come through, but the act of learning and presenting to the committee was extremely helpful for me. And then we talked about what we were going to bring forward for the work plan in the leadership workshop. Then in May, we had a committee meeting full of briefings. We got a briefing on the 324 building resumption of activities. We got a briefing from DOE and EPA on 100K pump and soil flushing. They're going to be expanding that into another area to get some hexavalent chrome out of the soil, which is great news. And then we got a briefing from Ecology on the Central Waste Complex inspections and that program. From that briefing, we ended up starting another IM team, which is a holistic mixed waste transuranic treatment, storage, and disposal team. So we're going to be looking at sort of the big picture, not just M91 and not just TRU, but sort of what needs to be said about the waste and how it's handled and the timelines. We expect to have a committee meeting in August, and I think we're getting really close to getting that discussion of ERDF that we've been requesting for a while. So Gary is trying to put that together for us, and that'll be such a weight off the shoulders. That's all I got.
We're looking at putting together a Gang of 6 call for RAP. It originally was going to be the 23rd at 11 a.m., which is the placeholder for RAP. But EPA had a conflict with that time, so we're looking to find the plan B for that conversation. Again, it would be a Gang of 6 leadership call to work on the August agenda. And as soon as we know that date, it'll go in the weekly update, so you'll know. Steve.
Yeah, I may have had a senior moment and missed it, but because you're covering a lot of stuff. Where are you at in overseeing the capsule removal from wet storage?
I have to check on the last time we got a brief. I know it's one of those things that we periodically request updates when there are updates available. Was it January that we got a briefing on WESIF and sort of the construction of the different equipment that is being done? I'll check up and follow back.
I think it was this calendar year though. It's been the last, yeah.
It's been within your last couple of meetings.
As time goes forward and other things get hot, some things start sliding out the end of the tube, and this is not one that we want to have hurt us before we fix it.
Absolutely, we're definitely tracking WESIF, and
thank you.
Yeah.
February meeting, February 9th was their last briefing on capsules. All right. Last update, EMSSAB things. Steve and Shelley. Which one of you wants to jump in?
Shelley, are you here?
There she is.
I'm here. Are you here? You want to go ahead and start, and I'll come in after?
I'll say it real simply. There's two charges from the EMSSAB. You know, this is a group that is formed of the leadership from all of the different boards around the nation for DOE cleanup sites. And the two things that we're asked to provide input to headquarters on during this next time period is what are some of the noteworthy practices of the department on public involvement. And the second is what should be the public involvement profile during the conduct of the 10-year vision. And that gives us kind of a serendipity connection to today, because we're talking about the future of documents like that 10-year vision. And so these are just very timely conversations we're having now. There's going to be, I guess, a call again next week. Maybe Shelley, you could talk a little bit more about that.
Sure, I can do that, Steve. We had the SSAB chairs meeting, and of course by then all of the sites had turned in the first part of the charge, right, from headquarters, you know, building towards this white paper that they would like to have us produce with a programmatic vision of, you know, what our expectations are, and then principles for developing this sort of umbrella site-wide framework for communication with stakeholders and communities. And let me tell you, they were incredibly impressed with the Excel spreadsheets and what our PIC committee, led by Jeff and Liz, participated tremendously on this, developed in terms of description of the site activities that need to be completed for us specifically, and then what does that mean for the SSABs. And so the next lift at this point is to take a look at this and do a crosswalk between our site, the other sites, looking for commonalities between our respective sites, and then develop some sort of a white paper. And it's still, we've met a couple times, and it's still, I'm struggled, and you've heard me struggle to articulate what it is exactly the bead is going to be that we're all going to focus on for this framework. And so we've got this next meeting on the 16th, and we'll see how that goes. But we're still working towards development of that white paper, excuse me. And as Steve just said, what we passed today will go far in helping us articulate even further our site's vision. The SSAB meeting was really pretty interesting. We ended up with Mark Gilbertson speaking to us, and I talked to you, I think, a little bit about that yesterday. He's the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Regulatory and Policy Affairs. And right now, the agency is starting a whole dialogue in regards to sustainable plans for the department. And I think as, you know, they further into the transition of being under the Biden administration, I think it would be really important for us, because of our size, because we're so far as we can be in DC and still be on this continent, it might be really wise to take an opportunity, and Mark offered this, to have him come or at least teleconference in and speak to our board in the fall about where the agency is right now, and have him articulate, you know, some of the concerns that they have. He said they're really focusing on the development of the next generation of workforce, and that's something that I think we're very interested in hearing about. I hear Emmett in my head every time I think of workforce, and Becky and others. So that's one of the things I'd like the EIC to be able to talk about. The other thing is budget planning, and Steve Trishman walked us through that. And I think that that's another potential presentation that our group, our board could appreciate hearing, because once again, we've got new members. It's time to articulate what the heck that process is. It's very much changed over the years in terms of our being able to get a pulse on the budgets and requests and be able to weigh in a timely manner. And I think that would be another good fall topic that would stand us well for setting up our budget committees to start working for the 2023-2024 budgets. The other thing that happened at the SSAB chairs meeting was that we had presentations by 3 different people from the CRESP, which is the Consortium for Risk Evaluation and Stakeholder Participation. And they gave a talk on risk communication, the elements of risk communication. And once again, this is starting to feel very timely to our board. We talked about actual off-norm events within the context of the dissemination of information and the immediacy of cell phones. And, I talked a little bit about, how quickly the Purex tunnel hole photos were off-site and being shared. And we had, there was the dissemination of information hadn't even yet begun on the event. And in relation to incident command and common messaging. And so I think that there's potential for some very interesting conversations that we could have if we were to have possibly Kathy Higley or others come and sort of talk about their perceptions, what they've seen at Piketon and other sites that are affected by material leaving their sites and affecting the local communities. And then, we could roll into, other talks at that point about what does it mean with our tanks and letting waste go into the ground. But I think that, that would set us up for talking about communicating about risk and understanding risk and some of the issues that were just brought up today. So I think there's some real potential for topics that we could hear right out of the horse's mouth and could help set us up for the future. We have meetings scheduled on the 16th and the 30th for this building of this white paper, and Steve and I are going to sit in on those and talk about that. And Jeff and hopefully the PIC will. I like being able to bounce ideas off of our board members and the PIC committee, and specifically on this topic as we go forth at the national level and represent our board's perspectives. And so my intent is to keep doing that and engaging other members of our board in these discussions. What else? They talked about infrastructure bill, and I think there is something that's come out nationally. I was curious if we might not see some funding for site upgrades throughout, in the national process of getting an infrastructure bill together. I queried about that, and of course, no one knows. Someone asked about the mandate for vaccines, and EM is not implementing any kind of mandate that says people have to have vaccines in order to go on to our respective sites. And I think that's about it. Secretary Chu held a tribal summit, and I don't know which tribes, and I have no information on that other than it did happen. And I don't know if anyone from the Yakima who's on this call today might know a little bit about the outcome of that, but it would be interesting to find out and look for collaborative opportunities. It was also said that Ike White is really focusing on regulatory reform and streamlining and advancing the pace of cleanup. And I think that's something else that we need to explore is what does that mean? As always, language is pretty ambiguous, and so what does regulatory reform mean? What does streamlining mean, and what does advancing mean in terms of cleanup at our respective sites? That's all I have, Steve.
That's a good report. You know, the meeting was very thorough, and between the briefings and the conversations, I would just recommend to any of you who are interested to listen into those meetings. They're on YouTube. And yeah, that was, I think the work we're doing right now is connecting well and preparing for that. Our round robin this afternoon is going to contribute to our information that we take forward. And I think Anton wants to make a comment.
Right. And Tony, what's on your mind?
I just was excited about the risk communication. I wonder if we could get someone from that group to come and talk to us as a board. To me, that would be really, really helpful.
Well, Tony, if we can have our EIC meeting and kind of look at the fall and talk about what kinds of topics we could get in the queue, this would certainly be one of them. So we'll see. Thanks.
Yeah, there should be.
That would be really helpful, I think, for all of us to have somebody who really knows risk communication come and talk.
Yeah, a few years ago, CRESP was on site and gave quite a few briefings about the techniques for communicating risk. So that would be a very good and timely thing to do. We should be able to access them.
So Steve, to wrap this up, do you want the EIC call in the placeholder on the 23rd, or do you want us to try to schedule something next week?
Well, next week is kind of, I don't know. I don't have my calendar in front of me. Just schedule it whenever you can, and I'll do the best I can to attend. I got a busy couple of weeks ahead. But we'll be talking to later today about the September meeting, and that's going to be an important meeting for us.
Right. So bring your calendars.
The 23rd looks pretty good, and that gives us a little bit of time to kind of flesh out what we might want to add in terms of questions for these topics. So let's think about that and try to get it scheduled for the 23rd.
Yeah, I will be on the highway on the 23rd. I won't have access to communications, but you can have the meeting without me.
You're a busy guy.
I'm retired, remember? I still got to live that part too.
All right. So after the break, we're going to talk about the committee of the whole, and we're going to do a round robin to start collecting some data and ideas. So take yourself a 10-minute break, do a lap around the living room, and we'll see you at 2:45.
Susan, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
So for the round robin, we really want to focus on things that will contribute to your development of the committee of the whole. Do you want to lead that round robin conversation or just participate in it?
Okay, well, I guess I didn't realize I'm going to be leading this, and I'm fine with that. I guess I'm still thinking that the board had decided that the committee of the whole was going to be, well, let's have this conversation. Yeah, anyway, I can lead it, sure. I'll wing it. We'll figure it out.
Okay, or we can share it.
Sure, absolutely. Let's do that.
All right, thank you.
All right, you bet.
Hey, Susan. Can you hear me?
There we go, yes.
Yeah. So I've got a list here of all the board members and the seats. So I could just go through that from the top to the bottom, and
perfect.
Then hopefully Ruth would record things on her little sticky notes like she has.
Okay.
I'm assuming that's what she's going to do.
Okay, and I would, the preface of this is, oh, I see. We have the end states, the comprehensive land use plan, and future land use had been the decision on what we ought to have in a committee of the whole. And my question is, are we still going down that path? Now we have this EM strategic vision, yada, yada. So figuring out how that fits in with this, is that?
Yeah, that sort of got stacked on top of it.
Yeah, okay.
What I'm thinking is that the way that Ruth framed this question, it asks how, considering Hanford goals for the next 10 years and beyond, what's the most important thing to do to engage Hanford stakeholders in progress? And so we're just going to get each person's perspective.
Okay, all right.
And that we can use with the EMSIB, and we can also use as fodder for part of the committee of the whole conversation.
Well, and certainly that advice that got passed.
Yes, absolutely.
Feeds into that. Okay, awesome.
Comes together in a perfect storm.
Yeah, it kind of does. Yeah. That's
I'm glad I muted. The neighbor has just felled a 40-inch DBH Doug fir across the cul-de-sac, and it made a really big noise.
Wow.
That's a big fir.
It's a big fir, and it's, well, we're not going anywhere until they fuck that thing up. I didn't know I was doing lumber to the neighborhood this week.
Hey, Steve, I'm looking at this calendar, the 2021, the FY. Obviously, there's no place on this for a committee of the whole. Are we thinking about doing it this calendar year, or are we working on a development to have it in 22?
That's a good question.
Okay.
I mean, truly, that's a good question. There's not that much time.
You know what I'd really like to have it? The second day of that October meeting that I suggested. That's when we're going to bring the new members in. And the first thing, the next day, I think we ought to have the committee of the whole discussion, because this is going to frame our work for the next few years. To me, that seems like a win-win. Good way to bring him in, and
I'm thinking you might be right, but I'm trying to figure out how this schedule was put together, because I think in May wasn't the 17th or something designated by Gary as committee of the whole.
Right. So look at the light blue. Can you see it on your screen? Look in May.
Yeah.
So the yellow was the leadership workshop, and the light blue was committee of the whole. Although I think the word was, if you wanted it leadership workshop first and then committee of the whole, that's flexible.
I think what Susan was just suggesting is we consider moving it to October.
So that's why I put the calendar up so you can see it.
And under the assumption that headquarters actually gets people appointed, and because it should be an in-person thing. I am dead hard on that. We need to get back to in-person meetings as soon as possible, understanding the barriers and that sort of thing. But it is important for this board, number one, trying to bring new people on board through the assumption is they all have the right equipment. They all have the capability of participating virtually. It's hard enough for those of us who have some familiarity. And then, anyway, I don't want to absolutely default to virtual for everything. And I think we have to make that clear that this board needs to meet in person.
Yeah, let's come back to that when we do board business.
And maybe October's too soon for the committee of the whole. I'm trying to think of something we can do when new members come on board, because that's what he has designated supposedly a full board meeting for October, for that one day, to welcome new members. That's what's to make it meaningful for them, to give them some meat to chew on. Does that make sense?
Yeah, let's think about that some more.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not sure what's best, but definitely I agree with you that the only real way to do this is as soon as we can get back together.
Yeah.
So Ruth, as we go through this round robin, are you going to do your usual little sticky thing?
Oh, I had planned it for this one because the answers to the questions are essays, not snippets.
Wow.
But
I have no idea what that means.
That means she's going to record it and it'll be in the minutes.
yeah, it means that Josh is going to have to type a lot. Only because I think the answers to this question are longer than conveniently stick on Post-it notes.
I agree.
So guess we better get rolling then.
Yeah.
Right.
All
So
right.
you want to set the stage, Mr. Chair?
Okay, we're beginning the conversation that will help prepare us for a committee of the whole dealing with the longer term prospects of the site and where our interests are going to lie in the coming years. And we kind of overlaid with that the need to communicate with EMSSAB on the national level when it comes to the 10-year vision. So we kind of broke this up to say, okay, as you look forward for the next 10 years and then beyond that, what is the most important thing to do to engage Hanford stakeholders? And we should probably say stakeholders and others, like tribal nations don't like being called stakeholders, and I certainly understand that. So as we talk through it, think broader than just what we would classify as stakeholders. But when you think about the future, what's the best way to involve us? And I would just offer an observation that I think the best way to involve us is make sure we understand what it is you're going to. My allergies are kicking in. Getting old.
Bourbon. You need bourbon.
Yeah, and all I got is water. Jeez. Anyway, I think one of the most important things that can be done is to make sure that we actually understand what's being proposed to be done, and then that it be done. Because one of the things that we've all observed is that we have all these plans and stuff happens and things fall off the plate. So however we get engaged and stay engaged, we want to be able to know when things are changing. So let's start the easy way and pose this question first to Benton County. Bob's got his glasses on. So I'm just going to go down this list that identifies everybody and hope I get it right. So your essay, Bob.
Might have to unmute yourself.
Could be a long afternoon.
We can't.
Bob, make sure you unmute yourself. We're not good at lip reading.
I'm good. All right. So the question is the most important thing to do to engage Hanford stakeholders. And when I thought about that, I thought about some of the discussion we had yesterday and in the past. And the primary avenue to talk to Hanford stakeholders is the Hanford Advisory Board. We are set up to advise the tri-party agencies. We have a audience that are the organizations that have put us on there, and we are active, we care. And so I look at the Hanford Advisory Board over the next 10 years, and then I look at where we've been over the last 10 years, and I get concerned because every day it feels like we are being managed more or marginalized more by cutting our funding, by cutting our ability to have meetings that could generate the advice, and then board meetings to approve the advice. So considering where we were when I joined the board, where we had more meetings and more flexibility, I think one of the major things we need to focus on is ensuring that the Hanford Advisory Board survives and maybe even goes back to some of the levels of participation that we had before. As we went through the committee reports just a little while ago, it was pretty obvious we have a lot on our plate for us to do. So that's what I had to say.
Okay, let's keep moving. I see some stuff showing up in chat, but I'm not going to respect it because
okay.
Benton and Franklin Council of Governments, Phil Lemley.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, you know, this is a tough one because I suppose the best thing to do, obviously, is to be open, transparent, and more than anything else, honest. We need their help. They need our help. And the community needs all of our help to come together to make this happen. Because without, you know, a concerted effort on both sides to make all of this happen, it will not happen. I'm not sure what else to say about it, but you know, there are a lot of stakeholders here that have a lot of different interests in here. Some of them a lot of different agendas, but I think that we need to be honest with them that here's what we think is best, and hopefully they believe that this is what we need to do.
Okay. City of Kennewick. Do we have anyone from the city of Kennewick? Okay, we can come back to you if we need to. I hear some kind of sound. Maybe it's just my own echo. Pasco.
Hello. Boy, I need to become, and I think the board needs to become a lot more proactive on handling the root causes of all of our concerns and what's causing the risk. And that's that we have waste that's mobile. And we need to complete our mission with immobilization of the waste, either in grout or glass. But that's the most important thing that we can do. And what I think that we need to do is we look at the erosion of the meetings and we look at the erosion of the budget to support the HAB. We're also seeing that erosion in the mission that we want to accomplish. And I think that, you know, I'd really like to bring the state of Washington really to ask DOE to be accountable for these extended delays in immobilizing the high level waste. And that's from Pasco.
Okay, thank you.
Steve, I suggest we go to Jerry next. It looks like he's got a conflict later today.
Okay, that's fine. Jerry?
Thank you for that. I actually was thinking I was not going to get to present, and so I didn't.
We always want to hear from you.
Let me just say that I think that this question isn't about a specific issue like emptying tanks or, which of the myriad major risks we have to be reducing. Look, after 20 years, we're finally getting strontium and cesium capsules out of WESF. But this goes to how do we design community responsive engagement, and how do we support it? And it actually requires a real commitment to support engagement. It's not just the fact that the Hanford Advisory Board's budget keeps getting cut and threatened, but there are things that we have not done for many years to support region-wide engagement and understanding and meaningful input. And when community members feel like they've never been heard from and don't want to be heard from, they get discouraged. They don't want to engage. And it takes real engagement strategies to do it. And so my input is the most important thing isn't one substantive issue. It's designing ongoing supported engagement for all the affected communities, from tribal nations to local governments to my membership in Portland or Spokane. After all, Amber has had to leave, but as the only board member from Spokane here, major downwind city, there hasn't been a public meeting held by the agencies in the city of Spokane for, I think, like 8 years. What does that say? And it takes a funding commitment and a commitment to engage, and I would say putting into place an ongoing effort where we have some resources and say we're going to use the advisory board's pick and other related stakeholders to design and invest in engagement over the next 5 to 10 years.
Okay, well stated. Thank you. City of Richmond. Pam or Vince or both? Okay. City of West Richland. Richard Bloom or Brink? Taking roll here. Grant and Franklin counties. Steve Anderson, Mike Rico.
Yeah, Steve. Yeah, I guess when I look back and reflect on the conversations and comments over just the last few months of my participation, I just think that really the biggest focus that I see is just improving the baseline understanding of what cleanup is here for the general public. Our best inputs are always going to come from, a knowledgeable citizenry. And I'm one of those citizens that is happy to have a better grasp of what it is we're up against. And I think our success is really going to be led by finding the best ways in which to to help people gain a greater understanding of where we're at and where we're going. I know those are all big and deep questions, but it's a very important element that everybody recognizes. And I realize some people don't have the time or energy to put this in their agenda, but it's extremely important that there is a group like HAB that can stand up and speak and try to reach out and better emphasize that knowledge level for just people, because this is going to be around for a long time.
I just want to remind everyone this be not lost, so it's being recorded in several different ways. I hope we'll find out. I really did like your stickies, though, Ruth, when you were doing that.
Oh, I just couldn't figure out how to put paragraphs on stickies. So not only is the meeting being recorded, but we've turned on the transcript function. Teams lets us do that. So we'll see how that works.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. Is Mike Karenko on at all today? No. Okay. How about TRIDEC? Central Washington Building Trades. Hamtech. Becky, are you still around with us? Okay. Non-union, non-management employees. Jacob, you were on before. Are you still here?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Jacob.
All right. So, I wasn't quite sure exactly how to answer this, except I wanted to say what made me want to be involved with the board. So I look at so much of our government has been completely dysfunctional the last 15 years because everyone is so polarized that they can't agree on anything, and they seem to actively sabotage something just to get to hurt the other side. And the Hanford Advisory Board has hugely different views in the world on the board. I mean, that's just obvious sitting here, but yet we seem to be able to remarkably get along pretty well and actually get an awful lot of things done. And I would like, this to be sort of held up as something where that's actually functioning in the world in a government sphere with people who with very different views. And I think this is a great opportunity to mash out and have people be able to come and recognize the validity of lots of different viewpoints. And I really love that about the board. And that really is one of the main reasons I wanted to be involved, is it seemed to be a successful organization that's doing something. So I would like this to continue to do whatever we need to do in order to continue to make that true. So that's my spiel.
Okay, thank you. How about Emma Jackson?
*6 will get you off of mute, Emmett.
So if I understand, thank you.
There you go.
So if I understand the question correctly, it's to engage Hanford stakeholders and cleanup decisions and process. So in order to engage our stakeholders, this is one of the best kept secrets that we have. You look at the makeup of the board, the visionary folks, you got a combination of different technical people with great expertise. And if this was a company itself, we could do, you could do a lot of the work. But in order for us to really engage Hanford stakeholders, our difficulty is that no one knows about this best kept secret here. No one knows about the abilities of the board. So in order for us to really engage them, we need to get out of there. And there's been so many hurdles put in front of us, you know, lack of funding, lack of resources, and that type of thing. But in order for us to really engage the Hanford stakeholders, we cannot do it just in our environment. You know, we need to get out and talk to them in different organizations. You know, it's great to hear Pascal's there. You know, it's the first time, one of the first times at least I've heard about some of their concerns. That's something we can take to them. But you know, do we need to go to town hall meetings? Do we need to go to different organizations and present so we can actively engage? That's where I'm coming from. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Emmett. Hanford Challenge, Liz.
Thanks, Steve. For me, I think one of the most important things to do, especially around the end states issue, is trying to get to that balcony conversation together about a future and doing some visioning together and broadening who's in that conversation. And I'm not sure the best way to do that, but it seems like in order to get to that conversation, we really need to we need a shift towards really like agencies embracing public involvement and engagement as a valuable and useful and necessary work that will help us get the cleanup that we can all be happy with. So, oh, I'm getting an echo now. Fun. Yeah, I think if we can get to that balcony conversation about what does the future look like, what are our different assumptions, how do they align or not? We have a lot of those questions laid out already in the committee of the whole, some of the work we've done so far, but really define what the future looks like and how we see it differently and together. Where is that shared vision? Because I don't know that there is really a shared agreement on what the end state is for Hanford cleanup, and that creates a lot of consternation and polarization and uncertainty and fear around more contamination being left on site and decisions being made that have these big impacts down the road that are hard to see right now. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Richland Rod and Gun Club. Columbia River Keeper. Shelley?
Thanks, Steve. Boy, this is a big question. And to me, what is most important to me is acknowledgement that institutional knowledge is essential for this journey, this Hanford cleanup journey. That transparency in all aspects of these programs, these cleanup programs, is essential. It's an essential component for getting any kind of informed and useful public policy advice from the SSAB boards and the public. And it's impossible for us to go out to the public when we don't have a clear way of understanding where the rubber hits the road out in the fields with cleanup and what it's going to take to get the funding necessary to support that cleanup and sustain it. And so I think about that a lot. We can't do ice in a vacuum. There was a time many years ago now when I chaired what is now the River and Plateau Committee. We met in the Bechtel building. Sometimes there were 70 or 80 people in there, and there were contractors, there were subject matter experts. The president of Bechtel dropped down from his office periodically throughout the day to listen to the conversations in an open and collaborative way. And DOE right now feels to me, more than feels, it's giving lip service to transparency. It's being said, in national meetings, but it is not being implemented. In fact, we have people on this call right now, probably from headquarters, who are not identifying themselves and are not, will not be listed as having participated in these discussions, even as just listeners. So I have a lot of consternation because what I feel is a process, a board, this, and I call it a vessel because it is. It's this vessel where we all consider from our own perspectives where we need to be going in the future, is not being appreciated. Instead, it feels like we're in quite an adversarial relationship right now that I don't quite understand, because if anything, we should be preparing for the out years when, as other sites close, our site and maybe one, maybe two others will be having to look at our cleanup in a more regional way. We won't have the national muscle that we had in the past, and that I think we have right now, because there'll be less of us. And does that matter? And I would say yes, that it does matter. And we better get on top of that and understand that. I think also that DOE doesn't appreciate what we can bring to the dance in terms of reaching for budgets and asking for budgets, lobbying for them, and building that concern and interest in our communities. And I think there have been very many handfuls of missed opportunities, and that we need to get back on board with that. So that's what I think about in terms of long term, and I think about language and how we communicate or not, and what is it that's being said, and how do we help each other and the public understand what's DOE, what we mean when we use terminology. And I think that's something else that we need to learn to do in a better fashion, and that's articulate and educate the public as a whole, but also be good listeners. And so I guess that's it for now. My big concern is that, how's EM going to keep interest by Congress and the public high as we see sites close and missions get smaller in number, but certainly not in scale. Our mission is going to get larger in scale over time. And so when it starts to take on a regional aspect, how are we going to be able to do the lift that we need to keep the money for these programmatic mandates? So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Susan Leckman.
Thanks very much. There was a lot of incredible, wonderful words that have been spoken, and I agree with most of them, but in a shorter term, I would like to see the agencies, particularly the Department of Energy, but the other two agencies that we advise, that we're fortunate enough to advise, really step up their game as far as validating the necessity for informing Hanford stakeholders, the public. I certainly don't say anything about how they deal with the tribes. That's a government-to-government association, but certainly they should be informed as well. And that is continuous, understandable public engagement. And I'm going to cite an example. There, at one time, there was a kiosk in the federal building back at headquarters that ran all the time, talking about cleanup at Hanford. That they could have one of those things in public libraries, something that is consistent and that it is a two-way exchange. People could send their ideas, electronically, something that they can relate to, the information like that, but on a consistent basis, and validate the fact that people really have a right to do that and get back to this more collaborative work that we all used to do, the three agencies and the Hanford Advisory Board, because it was very successful. And the fact that I feel like they're checking boxes now and there isn't any real action behind it. So thank you.
Thank you. Todd Martin, are you still with us?
I am with you, Steve.
All right.
So I've got 4 items. They are repetitive of others' comments, but I think that's what round robin sounding boards are for. So the first 3 fall into sort of under the title that I really think the agencies, particularly DOE, in the next 5 to 10 years need to embark on a good faith, serious effort to go back to basics on stakeholder involvement. And that's 3 pieces. The first one is provide early access to critical information that informs cleanup decisions. The second one is provide a real and substantial opportunity for stakeholder input. That goes to the board budget everybody has mentioned, to fostering the independence of the board, to commitment to actually getting out there and talking to the broader public. And the third one is communicate back to us as to what was done with the input they received from stakeholders. I don't think a highly interested, highly active, mostly volunteer Hanford stakeholder community can survive another 5 to 10 years with the continued slow erosion of DOE's commitment to these really basic principles of stakeholder involvement. So those are my first 3. My fourth one is we absolutely have to get back to in-person meetings. I signed in yesterday and I saw Susan wearing her baking apron. And if we were in a in-person meeting, that would dramatically improve all of our attitudes and definitely increase our productivity. So that's what I've got.
Thank you. Your insights are always helpful. Ben,
I love that.
Ben Franklin, Public Health.
Tony?
Was that me?
That's you.
That's what I thought it was. Listen, I've got a couple of things I just like to say. I've asked a lot of people have asked me, what are you really cleaning up? I say, well, we're not cleaning up anything. We're just moving it around. And so what we're really doing, instead of environmental cleanup, we're doing environmental isolation. We're getting it out of the environment where we can get to it. And we're putting it. So environmental isolation to me makes more sense than cleanup. Now, as far as stakeholders, I think we need a transparent risk communication, number one. And that's what the risks are. Everybody can understand them. And what cleanup decisions impact the risk the most. There are some cleanup decisions that we make that don't impact risk to the public or to the environment at all. Other decisions have huge impact. So I think we should make sure that the cleanup decisions have risk impact and that risk impact is transparently communicated to the public. Now, I know I sit on one end of the distribution of what risk is and where it is because I've spent my life studying risk from radiation and from internally deposited radioactive material. And so that puts me in a little different category than some other people, but we've got to learn to communicate risk, and we've got to learn to show how our cleanup decisions impact risk and what we have to do to make sure we minimize the risk to the public and to the environment. And that's by environmentally isolating these radioactive radioactive material. Because when somebody asks me, what are you cleaning up? Well, I don't know. We move it from the river over here, and we take it from here and put it in this farm, and we do this and that and the other. But we haven't really cleaned anything up. We just environmentally isolated it. So anyway, risk communication, transparent to the public, I think, is the main thing that we need to do to engage the Hanford stakeholders. Thank you.
Yay, verily. Thank you. Did I skip over Jan Cottrell, or did we just not get to you yet?
Well, I might have been grouped with Susan since we both represent the League of Women Voters.
Well, I apologize. I had intended to call on you personally.
Oh, thank you. So am I being called on now?
Absolutely, if you're ready, or we can come back.
I am ready. I'm echoing really a lot of what other people have said, but I think that it's of crucial importance that the packets get approved. We have a board of stakeholders, and these people have a term of office. The meetings in their own way are highly technical and have very specific kind of vocabulary that needs to be learned. Not everybody who's on the Hanford board worked on the Hanford site, but everyone who wants to be successful on the Hanford board needs to be able to communicate, especially if we're going to go out to the public, needs to be able to communicate about the work here. And so far, because people who are highly interested and motivated to be part of the Hanford advisory board are being told that they really can't speak yet because their packets are not approved. So that's one of the things that I think is of crucial importance, is that this process come to a conclusion and get people onto the board. It's going to be harder and harder to achieve quorum if people kind of wander away because they've been waiting so long to get on the board, and then you have to begin that process again. And the second thing about that has to do with something that Susan said and other people have said about how important it is for us to begin to have in-person meetings again, because just as becoming a member of the HAB board is a kind of a process of being mentored in vocabulary. Also, you need to meet people and meet the people that you're working with. We all know how stifling this virtual meeting format is, and we don't want it to go on even 1 minute longer than it needs to be. So I am an advocate for us to get back into the same rooms together so that we can talk and see people and get engaged with them. So I think those are my two main objectives. And as far as the next 10 years, well, I think that the 10-year plan and the 5-year plan, it's all right on track. We're very happy with the progress that's being made in cleanup, and we can look forward to making glass, and that will be a big step forward. And we want to be involved with giving meaningful advice, but we also want to have a respect given to the seats on the board and the people who are trying to participate with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, how about Physicians for Social Responsibility? Okay. Let's move on to tribal nations. How about the Nez Perce tribe?
Jack, are you with us?
Yeah, I just jumped on. Marissa asked me to step up for this conversation. And my understanding is you're considering what's in yellow on the screen.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
You know, the tribes participate in the Hanford Advisory Board, not purposely for expressing their positions directly, because we have a government-to-government relationship directly with this Department of Energy, and we use that venue to express our policies and our you know, directly with DOE. But we also believe that the Hanford Advisory Board is a good place for us to also share those policies, those ideas, and our thinking with the group as a whole. We believe it's really important that we use the HAB to share that kind of information. You know, we have a pretty, I want to say, simple vision for Hanford, which is what would play into cleanup goals, which is that we want the site cleaned up to unrestricted use for everybody. And we've always had that. We've had that policy since 2004. DOE is well aware of that policy. There are others that may not be aware of it, but we have actually a guidance document that expresses that and the details of how we look at doing that. So you know, we support the HAB. We think a HAB has a purpose, and our concern, you know, sometimes with this is that, like I said, we're not using the HAB to express specific policies. I mean, if people ask, we feel free to share those when we have them. But I also understand, you know, that tribes are much like the HAB in that there's times when we don't feel like we're treated like we're a value-added entity for cleanup, and you know, meaning that, you know, we're, you know, that the things that we're trying to do and we're trying to achieve sometimes can be interpreted as not being helpful to clean up, and that is not what we're trying to do, but that can be the case, and I sometimes wonder if the HAB isn't sometimes treated like that over the past 2 or 3 years, and in tracking what's going on at the HAB. Of course, Christy was not; she had to step away and is unable to be on the meeting, and so I'm stepping in as kind of an alternate, saving from having to express a lot of this. But anyways, that's kind of where we're at. I hope that makes some sense.
Yeah, thank you, Jack. And we all really appreciate the HAB having you as participants. I know that there's been times when the tribal nations have been sort of ad hoc members and one thing and another, but we respect your views, and we always want to hear from you. And don't hesitate to tell us if there's things that we can do to help your message a little further. Yakima Nation.
Laureen was on the phone. Laureen, if you're still here.
Good afternoon. This is Laureen. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Yeah, so I also echo the same, you know, communication that the Nez Perce tribe has just relayed. And, you know, I am new to, you know, dealing with HAB. In previous years, you know, I had other staff, and Dana Miller, who is now one of our elected leaders, used to participate in HAB as well. So, you know, I am aware, though, that, you know, the need for this group is critical to the health and welfare of, you know, the community in, you know, the Tri-Cities area. And, you know, I've always, you know, relayed in every discussion group that I've participated in that, you know, the Yakima Nation maintains, you know, a keen interest in this area because of the fact that it was ceded territory, and, the resources there need to be protected. And, my frustration in dealing with Department of Energy is that, they receive, like in fiscal year 2020, received $31.7 billion, for the work that they do. And at Hanford, for 2021, they received $2.6 billion. And, we're constantly hearing as, a tribe and, it's all the work groups that I'm hearing from is that, Department of Energy is, cutting back on the funding, and it's going to limit the ability for, it's going to cripple our ability to fully participate and to, engage in, the cleanup efforts and, the work groups and, even, my staff getting out there in the field, my cultural and technical staff that go out and, do the monitoring on some of the projects. And, I've consistently heard from Mr. Vance that, he totally supports, the contractors and, and he prides that, which is a good thing because, they are critical to the cleanup there. But, our position going into, every detail of work that we do is, we're constantly being told, oh, well, you can't spend that, or you need to fully justify why, and I've questioned that, it's like, well, our concern is there. Isn't that enough? I mean, yes, we do have scope of work that we follow, and we're, and I know that, the HAB also, needs the, to have funding and to, work through, your concerns, from each of your perspectives. And so I'm, very happy that, this work group is, diverse, because you get to hear the different perspectives. And so, the Yakama Nation is very, active in relaying our communication that, we do want, what's best for the land. We want it to heal, and, we want it returned for use for, future years, to be able to go there and gather. And, and it's scary, listening to some of the, the information that I hear for data gaps that, we're not getting, the information we need. And, and again, it's, I think an attempt to not be responsible and transparent. I'm constantly hearing, that we need Department of Energy to be more transparent. And when you go into meetings with them, they're relaying that to you that, yes, we're communicating with you. And yet, they give us deadlines, and then, their turnaround time, they can take their good old time in getting any information to you that's critical for you to move forward. So, I appreciate this group, and I hope that we can keep, working in a group effort to, hold them accountable for their, responsibility to clean up the land and, restore it. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very insightful. Confederated Troops of the Umatilla.
I saw Mason on earlier, but I don't see him on right now.
Okay, well, we can come back if we need to. But the Oregon Cleanup Board, Dan Solitz.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to take a little bit different approach to this for the long-term consideration. I'd like to see the board and DOE embark on an initiative to begin considering telling the story of the site, what's there, what's going to be left there, exploring a number of options, school kid contests, artists, musicians, playwrights. This is going to be with us for a long, long time. We're going to be leaving a lot of stuff, no matter how successful we are in getting the rest of it off of there. And I think an initiative of this sort would go a long ways towards building a information about what's there and how it should be dealt with. Consider yourself downriver and taking your water from the Columbia. You almost have to look at this project in geologic time, and that river's going to shift, and there's going to be stuff still left there that river's going to cut into. So I think it's important to let people know what's coming.
Thank you, Al. When I'm up on Badger Mountain, I look at the river and think of a meandering stream, because that's really what it is. It's going to wander. How about Oregon Department of Energy? Jeff Burright?
Thanks, Steve. Is this one of those where both Tom and I could have a chance to give our priority things? I think we see things a little bit differently sometimes, and so.
Of course.
Thanks. So I've got 3 if I had to make a list. I did like, Todd, your one about getting us back in person. I think that's going to be an important one. First one I'm stealing from you, Steve. It's get in the trust zone. You made that as an offhand comment months ago, and that really stuck with me, that we need to get there with the agencies and with each other. I recognize there's a challenge to it when you have the environmental cleanup around the nation being the 3rd highest liability. The stakes are high, and information itself can be seen as a risk. But I think the line in our tanks letter from today is true, that the quality of our input depends on the quality, candor, timeliness, and depth of the information that we receive. And I think that relates to trust also. Anyway, get in the trust zone. Number 2, Tank Waste Task Force 2. We did it in the 90s at an inflection point for the tank mission. If we're talking about what are important things that need public involvement for the next 10 years, I think getting the public informed, on board with where the tank mission is going next is pretty important. And then 3rd, engaging in in-state discussions. That's no surprise. I've started to think of the Central Plateau as a time release capsule that we are creating. As Tony mentioned, we're moving things from the river into the middle of the site. We are trying to package it in such a way that it won't move quickly. But I think that we all are aware that at least the current plan is that there will be a lot of stuff there for a very long time. And thinking through that as part of the end state vision, but then also thinking about the downstream impacts of that and what that means for the decisions that are coming, the full implications as you conceptualize the site that way, I think is an important part of the conversation to be engaging the public in, and to be renewing that conversation at least once a generation. So, thanks.
Thank you. Tom Cecilia.
Hi. So I have a couple things. One is for sort of the short term, near term. We are hearing a lot about how we want actionable advice that's timely, and we need to be looking 2 or 3 years out. So we really need to know what's on the menu with a little more detail for 3, 4, and 5 years, 3, 4, 5 years, and 6 years out even, so we can plan ahead and really get our brains around what is a priority for those times, so our advice can be more timely and actionable before the decisions are already made. And with the 10-year vision, I think I'm a visual person, so I'd like to see a timeline on the website that says this is when the major decisions are going to be for all of the different areas and all of the different facilities, at least a rough schedule. Pull those dates out of the milestones and the life cycle report, put them all on one page. So when we're looking at the 10-year vision, we say, okay, well, the 11th year is this canyon, so we're ramping up for that, and you can put everything in context. It's all interconnected. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Steve, you managed to get yourself muted.
No, I can't get it off. There it goes.
There you go.
Okay, next, University of Washington.
Someone's allergic to finals.
Somebody's sneezing in the background here. How about Washington State University? Okay. Well, let's move on to the public. I'm one of them, but I'll talk last. Tom Galiotto.
Okay, thanks, Steve. I tried to get into the queue before we started this discussion, but I was not able to get there because I had a couple questions, so I'll ask them now. Don't we have a committee of the whole scheduled already for the end states? We have an IM team, but is there a date set?
You know, we were just talking about that. Susan, you had some thoughts?
When is it?
Anyway, we don't have a date yet. There's one that might be next spring, but we're thinking about maybe we should try to move it up.
Yeah, there isn't a date. It's just been delayed, and COVID pushed everything kind of sideways, and limited meetings and yada yada yada. But I do think that having, you know, it's hard to say. I like the idea of having the one in October associated with the informational board meeting for the new members. I think having a committee of the whole attached to that, or just call it a second day of the board meeting, I think that would be great, so that you can introduce them and you can get their opinions and they can hear what other people have to say. That being said, I hesitate calling it a committee of the whole because it's in the same fiscal year. And for me, it's not a problem, but it might be for DOE. The committee of the whole is scheduled for May 17th at this point in 2022.
And will that be on the end states for Hanford?
Don't know.
Oh, I thought we had already decided that topic as the board. Did we not?
Yes, we did. We decided that as a board. We decided that, and then COVID happened, and things kind of got put into muddy water.
No, I understand that the delay. Yeah. I'm saying I thought we prioritized the topics and thought that the end state was the topic that we should hit first, whenever that is.
We did, but there have been ensuing discussions, and the new EM Strategic Vision 2021-2031 sort of overtook that, and because the meeting wasn't held, it languished a little bit and provided some folks with an opportunity for perhaps changing it to something else.
No.
I'm with you. That's what I thought our committee of the whole was going to be. I get that.
Okay. So let me ask the second question then. I have a response that I'll give you in a second on the specific question asked, but maybe that's why I was confused here. Given that my understanding was that the topic on committee of the whole was going to be on Hanford end states, I wondered why we were only focusing on this question associated with cleanup goals for the next 10 years and what's important for stakeholder involvement. Because there's much more that can be brainstormed in a roundtable, I think, than just the focus on stakeholder involvement in that process. But I guess that's to come. So for this given discussion on a roundtable, I'd say, and some people have approached this from different directions already. I will attempt to approach it head on. Given that we're talking about the most important thing for engagement, I believe that's going to be the need for positive change in the relationship between DOE and the HAB stakeholders and public as a group. In other words, from being perceived as seemingly an irritant or obligation for DOE to instead being a cooperative partner in the cleanup. That may mean, for example, improved communications, more effective identification and follow-up of identified actions through our discussions, and that sort of thing. As an example of that, if folks are interested in exploring that a bit more, I can give you separately an example that Kennewick has used in a long-term project to develop the Vista Field land, which was recently repurposed, over a few years ago, repurposed from an airport, Vista Airport, to a thriving, I'll say, urban style mini city with separate utilities and different uses and arts centers and sports centers and apartments and condos and shops, that sort of thing. It's a huge project involving numerous city organizations and numerous other political organizations and just citizen organizations as well. I thought their process sometimes was frustrating, but actually it was fairly effective thus far in developing the vision and establishing the vision and establishing a path forward for that, to capture that vision. It was a pretty good example of what I think we may be facing for the Hanford end state discussions as well. So my main comment here is I would really like to see us get to the point of being a valued partner with DOE and the TPAs instead of being an irritant to them.
Thank you. Susan Coleman. Guess we don't have Susan with us. Dory Gilmore, sorry.
This is Chris. Since she isn't here, may I speak as an alternate?
Oh yeah, I was going to get to you, but I was going to get to you last because you're good at the last word. But you can go now. That's fine.
I'm not sure whether that was a compliment or not.
It was intended to be recognition of your stature.
Ooh. Okay, bear with me for a minute on this. I was on the team that started the cleanup at the Fernald DOE site, and I was on the team that turned out the lights and shut the door. One of the few DOE sites that's been totally and completely cleaned up, turned over to long-term stewardship. But one of the things that I observed looking back, is that the public interest, the regional interest, went from extremely high at the start and then gradually diminished. So when the site closed at the end, the public interest was minimal and the public attention was focused on other issues. And I think we're going to see the same thing here at Hanford over a much longer period of time. I think we're going to see, as cleanup progresses, as it inevitably will, when the tank farms and DF law become routine operations and it's same old, I think you're going to see public interest gradually decrease and public attention focused on other issues. So I think the real critical question is for the HAB is, how do we engage the public when interest, as cleanup progresses and interest diminishes and attention gets focused on, say, other regional national interest? That, I think, is a critical issue. But I think the one thing that will remain constant here and remain constant at Fernald, as far as interest goes, is what's going to happen to the land when cleanup is done. What is the land going to be used for? What are the end states of the land? And so I think, from my perspective, one of the things that the HAB could do is encourage DOE, give advice to DOE and the agencies on a regular basis to hold a series of workshops for the public or some other public communication to constantly update them on the end states, on the future use of land, how much risk is remaining, what is the risk to the public if we use it for this, for that, and the tribes as well. So my advice is just that. knowing that the public interest will diminish with time very gradually. Focus on the end use, focus on land. What are we going to use it for? What can the public use it for? What are the tribes recommending that it be used for? And I think that would be one. And if DOE and the agencies can have regular communication devices on this, I think that will go a long way toward maintaining public interest from those that have interest in that, toward that end. That's it.
Did you get muted again, Steve?
Yeah. Well, I keep doing that because you told me to do it, and then I forget to undo it because I'm old and, you know, have those moments. Oh, anyway, is Larry Haler with us?
Yeah, we'll
I'm
have to
having
get
one of those
Larry off.
moments also. Yeah. I'm going to join you here. Yeah, I'm here. I've been listening to everybody and great points of view. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my ear things out of here so I don't hear myself. But what I'd like to say to you is that I view this as a campaign, a continual campaign, not only to clean up the Hanford site, but we need to interact more with the public. I don't know what our restrictions are or could be in doing that, but I think that the chairman and other representatives together need to let the Tri-City Herald, let the local media, in fact, the media around the state know what we have done to monitor the cleanup and also help to maybe in some cases accelerate that cleanup and to make sure that it's beneficial to the public as a whole. Yes, we're going to be here for a long time cleaning this up, and people's attention span, especially the public's, is not exactly concentrated on the Hanford site at this point because things are going very smoothly. When they don't go smoothly, there's no end to the publicity negative publicity we get. But I do believe that there is a very positive story for us to tell. Having been in political office for 28 years and worked at the Hanford site for 36 years, public office portion of me says we need to do more information, or as much information as we can without getting underfoot with the DOE or getting a problem with them. But we need to tell our story, and we need to tell the story of what the DOE has done in interaction with us and working with us. My eyes have really been open serving on this board, and it wasn't what I thought originally. And I'm very proud of everybody that has participated in this, and we have such a broad range of great people and great interest and great interest groups. So I think that those things kind of need to be emphasized. And I think that would help also with our future funding too. If the public knows that we are being successful in our work with the Department of Energy.
Thank you.
And it's an honor to be here. I'm having a great time. I'm learning a lot.
Well, we're glad you're here. So in my usual style,
Just a second, I don't have my hearing aids in. I can put them in now.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Who have I missed that would like to contribute?
Just a second. Just a second. Okay, here I am.
I was just asking the group who I have missed that would like to contribute.
Oh, okay.
This is Ginger. Can I just pop in for a second?
Well, sure.
First of all, I would strongly encourage any of you, if you are so inclined, to reach out to David Bowen and try to have a conversation with him. I think when Jane Hedges retired, she was a part of the community. She was our director for a long time here at the Nuclear Waste Program, and so she had a lot of relationships. And I think that on on top of the changes at DOE that we've seen over the last couple of years, those were exacerbated by not having anybody at the Department of Ecology that had higher expectations. And David was hired with the encouragement that he would become part of the community, and I think that you know, our director expected that when he took the job, and I think that you guys have a right to expect that of him as the ones paying his salary. So reach out to David. But also, I am just really worried. I mean, I've been with the agency, it'll be 20 years in October, and I don't think I started attending HAB meetings right away, but I too remember, Shelley, being at RAP meetings where there were 40 people in the room. And we're lucky if we have 40 people at a full HAB meeting. There's been a couple that were, you know, there were a lot of empty seats at that big table. And so I don't know how we fix it, but we have to. And because I do think the state, we listen, I carry it back, what comes from the HAB values. And I think it's really critical. And, you know, it just popped into my head. I was thinking, you know, maybe we could offer a scholarship for students at WSU Tri-Cities to be on the HAB, because we have got to get some young people to participate so they develop this institutional knowledge and understanding. And they don't have to do it for their whole life, but even, you know, 2 full years of participation would certainly give them a lot more experience to carry forward in their life and career. And the other thing is, a couple of you have talked about long-term stewardship or end states. I don't know what the restrictions are or if there are restrictions, but I don't understand why we can't start having broader conversations, not to make decisions, but just public thinking about end states with the National Park Service and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and yes, the tribes, absolutely the tribes. And Lorena and Jack, I think it's so critical for tribal members to be attending and speaking up. And I know that the decisions are made at the government to government level, but as an advocate for breaking down racial harms, I think it is important to have tribal representation able to speak to the things that you have lost. So thank you for coming, and thank you for speaking up. And also, always, guys, you got to stop talking in abbreviations, because there's a lot of new people and they don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to add to the conversation?
Hi, Steve. This is Stan.
Yes, Stan.
I just want to say that I know there were some comments made regarding what DOE does or does not like, but you know, I just want to say that the HAB is not an irritant, or organization is not an irritant to us when we request feedback or want to be able to have your input. So we do value the input that is provided by the HAB and the public and other members, tribal members as well. So we do want to just reiterate that we do value those perspectives coming in. So it's very important to us. And any opportunity we have to be able to come and provide those briefings to you, we like to be able to do that. So we, as Mr. Vance indicated yesterday, anytime we have an opportunity to speak to you, it's an opportunity for us to be able to tell you about the good things that we're doing here at the site and the progress that we're making. So we've come a long way. We have a long way to go. We have a lot of work to do to get to the end state. So, and the funding is going to be a part of that. We do receive our funding on an annual basis, and that's based on the president's budget. And we request the funding to try and get the maximum amount that we can. So we do have quite a few dollars coming through the area, and we do want to be able to use it effectively to progress our cleanup. So, but again, we value input. We want to make sure that you provide that to us, and we do carry that feedback back to our management team, and they take that input into consideration as well. So again, thank you.
Thank you for that. My turn. I'm still a member of the public, and as a member of the public, I spend a lot of time outside enjoying this region, and I've seen tremendous changes since I first came here in the level of site cleanup, but also in the region. This is a very vital and dynamic region, and we have a challenge to make sure that it can stay that way in the context of the Columbia River and the atmosphere that is here. And the thing that probably is foremost on my mind for the 10-year window and beyond is what I'd call credibility. And when I say credibility, I mean that we as the citizens need to understand what it is that DOE is trying to accomplish during these time windows of 5, 10 plus years. Understand it well enough so we can actually see it progress. And I think that we need to try to get the department to treat it more like a contract instead of just, oh, well, maybe we'll make it and maybe we won't. During my 40 some odd years here, I've seen a lot of projects come and go. And the biggest frustration I've had has been that we would get stuff built just to the point of operation and then we'd stop because somebody made a decision that, oh, that's going to be too hard to make it run right, or we might hurt somebody, or somebody in a new administration didn't like the idea. So I'm hoping that we can encourage the department to make it clear what they're going to do and then stay the course and actually get it done. That's my nickel.
My hand's up. Can I say something? Yeah, I almost think from that standpoint, Steve, that maybe we should take an approach to get more directed funding from Congress through DOE to clean up the Hanford site. You know, I'm very disappointed that our ORP office's mission is they're doing away with it before its mission's complete. And it was very important for us to recognize that the reason why ORP was formed in the first place is because Congress had no faith that the present RL could actually accomplish it. And so they couldn't share the mission of operations with building and completing the facilities. So anyway, I think that, you know, we should be thinking more about talking to our legislators and Patty and Don. And I mean, anyway, that's just my thoughts. Thanks.
Yeah, I think those of you with some political savvy need to help us old engineers think about how to do that. Okay, that's a good round robin. Hopefully we've got some good records of what everybody said because there was some real meat there. And I want to be able to share that meat with people locally, but also with the MSSAB as we go forward. I appreciate everybody's participation. We're a little bit ahead of schedule right now, but that's kind of fun.
Yeah, take it while we can get it. The reminder is that a couple of committees started, issue manager teams around end states, committee of the whole, those sorts of things. And it now is sort of this large, and I started calling it a planning group because we've got TPA agency folks on, and typically agency folks aren't on an issue manager team. But it's a fairly large group of people who've raised their hands. And Susan had volunteered to be the shepherd of the cats. So as we look toward the committee of the whole and the board's desire to have it focused on the future, those are the folks who are going to take this starting point and a number of past conversations and trying to craft it into a meaningful conversation for you all. Susan, do you need next steps from the group today?
Well, that's exactly why I put my name up there. We need to think about next steps. Tom Galeotto had a great question. It is a bit confusing at this point because the board had actually determined that the committee of the whole should be around end states and those documents that will be influencing end states, like the comprehensive land use plan and future land use plans and other documents. And we were kind of thinking about constructing a committee of the whole, beginning with those documents and other information from the agencies. But now with this latest kind of round robin we just did, there's kind of a couple choices here. And one is, do we fold in this round robin into the committee of the whole? Because it's certainly connected, maybe tangentially, but we could figure out how to make those connections. Or do we ask for 2 separate meetings or have one board meeting identified as half of it would be a committee of the whole on one of these subjects? So that's something that we kind of need to think about. And I suggest that we kind of turn it back to the EIC to kind of determine that. But I'm kind of punting this back to Steve to see what he believes we ought to move forward doing.
That's good because he put himself in queue.
Good.
I have a couple thoughts in that regard. You know, when we were with the EMSSAB and receiving those challenges from them to talk about the future, when it started, we were asked to talk about public involvement in end states.
Yeah.
And then before we could get our tootsies on the ground, we were told, nope, we're not doing end states, we're doing 10-year strategic vision, which of course at that point, none of us really even knew what it was because nobody had seen it. And so we sort of backed off and decided, okay, now we got to talk about public involvement during the 10-year window. Now, that's easier for some other sites than us. A 10-year window for us is a pretty short snapshot. And I think that what I'd like to suggest we do is let's take that 10-year window as a building block and see if we can articulate what actually has to be accomplished, not just worked on, but actually accomplished during that 10-year time. So that then when we go into the end state conversation, which will be very long term, we have some context. My concern is that we have made so many plans and not completed them. And we do have a lot of successes that were based on project completions. And I would like us to emphasize completion as opposed to starting things. In fact, even in the scheduling among the tri-parties, it seemed that they went to, we're going to start to do something, and that's our milestone. Not we're going to finish doing it, we're just going to start it. And then, lo and behold, the administration changes and somebody decides to do something else. So it's almost like we're a priesthood in the sense of carrying on the message of keeping our focus on results. I'm getting off my podium now.
Okay, Steve, so I kind of thinking through what you just said, understanding that you need to be taking a message to the EMSSAB meeting in the fall, which I believe is in October. It seems to me that it would be practical from what you just said, and it makes sense, to work on the public engagement what needs to happen in these 10 years in order to reach the goals of the end states, and have that discussion at the September board meeting. And maybe it would take half of the meeting. And then you would have information from the board, as well as the advice that was just passed, to take to the EMSSAB. Then we use that as a foundation to begin really filling out the committee of the whole planning for FY22. Does that, I'm trying to put things in a kind of a linear fashion so that you have what you need to take. Board members become more aware of what's happening and where it's going. And what do you think?
I like it. And you know, the conversation we've had about getting maybe Crest to come and talk about risk, and Mark Gilbertson and others to come and talk about their perspectives from headquarters, and those kinds of things. If we played that whole array in our September meeting, we could come out with a pretty good sense of direction, I think.
Okay, to me that makes sense. So we have to get really the folks on the line. It's the EIC and anybody else who would like to participate. Really talk about that on their upcoming calls, and then that kind of needs to be on their meeting agendas in August, so that we can make sure that, because there's plenty of time between the August committee meetings and the September board meeting, that we can finalize the agenda pretty well, you know, as much as we can.
This is Shelley. I think we're going to have to do the ask to headquarters quite a bit ahead of that.
Oh, absolutely.
And we need to think about framing the questions for headquarters folks. What is important to us in the context of our site?
Yeah,
we'd like to hear from them.
I think that's a great idea. Yeah.
Yeah, and some of those folks have been around quite a while. Mark Gilbertson is certainly not new to this game, and some of the other folks have been there quite a while too.
He's had so many different titles. He must have a business card that folds out 8 times.
Oh my goodness. There was one other thing I wanted to ask about, and that was, it seems to me a while ago we had a round robin and we did the little sticky notes, and I think it was Chris Sutton that prepared a draft of advice that kind of surrounded that statement of opinion from all of our members. And it seemed to me when I scanned that, it looked like it had some really rich ideas in it. And I'm just wondering, is that something that we could begin to talk about in the committees and bring up to the board?
Sure, let's look at it. Not sure where it ended up, but Chris is still on the line here, I think, and maybe he can resurrect that and send it to the facilitation team, because in the transition between facilitation teams, that may or may not have been successfully transferred. So we can go back to the horse's mouth here. Or Chris.
Yeah, this is Chris. I think Ruth has a copy of because I didn't know what Steve's email address was, so I sent it to Ruth, and so she forwarded it to Steve. So I think she probably has a copy and can forward it to interested people. If not, Ruth, I can forward it to you again.
Yeah, no, I did not get an update from you like last night.
Did I copy you on that?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, then you have it.
I mean, the last day, yeah. So
one of the things I liked about it is it took all the different perspectives from folks on issues that they were concerned about and gelled it into a conversation piece that would be pretty valuable.
Okay, so actually, let me tag that to send out when we schedule the EIC call.
Okay.
And start there.
Yeah.
As a beginning.
Terrific.
And it was just an example, something quick and dirty to kind of use to see where we might go with it. It wasn't intended to be any kind of a final product at all.
Right. So it's actually, Tom, Cecilia, it's broader than a single committee. It was basically a reaction to the round robin at the March meeting. That was its genesis.
Yeah, it was all those little sticky notes that Ruth had.
So I'll send that out to the EIC when we schedule their meeting, like in the imminent future.
Okay, that's cool. That's a good way to start, and then we can kind of plan, because Shelley's absolutely right. We need to get on the calendars of the folks at headquarters that we would like to phone in, and we can certainly ask them, would they be available on that day? And then later on, we'll have to transmit a time, but I think many of them are still working virtually and maybe in September. So, you don't know until you ask.
Given the time difference, I'm betting they're morning people by our standards.
Yeah.
3 hours will just kill you.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
All right. So, Steve, did you find your calendar? Because the other next step is scheduling that EIC call. Because if we don't, Shelley's going to ask again.
Well, I got it right here. On the 23rd, I'm going to be driving to Oregon.
Okay. What about the 22nd?
I could probably do the 22nd.
Don't get too excited.
I'm an old man. I got to have my rest.
Slow down that enthusiasm.
Okay. Before lunch or after lunch?
Before lunch.
10 a.m.?
Yeah.
10 a.m. Tuesday the 22nd.
Okay.
EIC call. Gary, does that work for you?
That's a good time for me.
Okay, we will schedule it. I will include Chris's list of ideas, and I'll work with Steve and Shelley on kind of a draft agenda in terms of stuff that needs to be talked about, including the September meeting.
Awesome. Awesome.
So,
is this going to be a 1 hour call or longer?
Let's make it an hour and a half, just in case.
I'm okay with that.
2. I'm thinking 2 hours.
Well, okay.
Mainly because there might be other issues that come up that we need to talk about.
okay, so your homework is send me the topics you need on that agenda. Hopefully by the close of business. Well, no, by Monday. Let's just say by the 14th. Give you the weekend to noodle about it.
Okay.
Topics by Monday the 14th, so I can get out the announcement. For the EIC call.
So on our board business, we just had topics for the September meeting. Is there other board business we should conduct?
Didn't have anything else on the list, but that doesn't mean others haven't thought of things that need attention. What other things need attention?
We just wear everybody out.
Well, we could
Hey,
have done
Steve,
that.
this is Gary.
Yes.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd like to throw a shout out to Randy Bradbury of Ecology. He is retiring at the end of next month, so I'm not certain how much he stuck around for this board meeting, but obviously this is his last board meeting. And Ginger, I hope you at least pass on to him my appreciation from department standpoint of working with him over these past months, and then in my previous role in external engagement. And I hope that he has a wonderful retirement.
I will absolutely pass that on. He's actually off today and Monday, so today through Monday. So, but I will make sure that Ryan or I share that with him. And yeah, I think his last day is actually sometime in mid-July, but he has some more vacation to use up or something. So
Yeah, I think this is Ryan. His last official day is going to be July 22nd, I believe.
Yeah, we need to get some of these young retirees to join us.
well, he'll be down in Beaverton and spending all his free time going to art shows and concerts. I think he's pretty interested in the arts, and I think that's probably where he'll spend his volunteer time.
Okay.
Emmett, you're in queue. What's up? *6 will get you off mute.
And engagement. You know, if we take a look at the future, I know ratchet in or put in that context, you know, that our population is shifting and there will be more people of color. And so that's something that we also, how are we going to get to those groups? How are we going to get them engaged and encouraged into what we're doing here?
Thank you, Emmett.
That's it. Thank you.
You get the last word, Steve.
I just want to thank everybody for all the dedication in the last 2 days and everything leading up to it. It was a lot of results from a lot of hours of a lot of work that we talked about during this short period of time. And it's like this was kind of the pinnacle of all those man hours and lady hours, person hours, humanoid hours, whatever we call them these days. And I appreciate the conversations that everybody participated in today. And let's keep the conversation going because it's going to last a long time. And the people of the future and the present are dependent on us to not give up. So there.
So there. Have a good weekend.
Have a good weekend. Thanks.
Y'all be safe.
Thanks, everybody.